Good evening.
Hello.
We got two gigantic emails like a minute ago.
I saw the one from Rory. Are you talking about another one?
Student council.
Saw that.
I have not digested them thoughtfully.
Good evening, Lyle. Good evening, Kareem. This is Joe.
Hey.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
You sound amazing.
Perfect.
Hi,
You can see the
everybody.
timer's up and running. Hey, Missy. Got the timer ready to go, and that is going to count down to the start of the 5:30 meeting. And we are ready to stream at 5 p.m. on the dot.
Any chance we'll have council at 6?
That is not up to me. So I guess we will see.
Indeed, big day.
Yeah, we asked Mr. Wheeler if he's able to provide us with an update if we're gonna have a timing issue. So we'll just have to wait as we get closer.
Sorry to be bothered. I just want to make sure, is this time correct, or should there be like 9 more minutes on this countdown clock if we're
Yeah,
cutting down to
I
5?
was kind of wondering the same thing. Joe,
Okay, well,
it's showing us
maybe my internet clock is off. So what time do you all have?
4:58.
No, just my math is off.
well, now's a good time to get it straight. So it's all
Is that
good.
better?
That looks right, yes.
That works great.
And as discussed, Missy and you and I discussed, and just to bring Lyle back up to speed, that I will put in the chat that we will lower all hands for the public hearing if there are any hands raised prematurely. And I will go ahead and put that in the chat, in the directive of the chat. And Missy, if you want to go ahead and audibly say that to everybody listening, that would be helpful.
Sure, we'll take care of that. We'll wait our 28 seconds and then get further into a few logistics.
Sure. And I will be texting with Brian to see where we are with updates on council.
Sounds great, Joe. Thank you. All right, Lyle, you do have a quorum. I do know that Miss Dow will not be here until 5:30. So I do know that for sure.
Thank you. Welcome all. Big night. Hope you're in a situation that you can stay in for many hours this evening. Okay, great. Yes, that's true. We should talk about the agenda. Anything on minutes that we need to be concerned about? I see one from Ms. Russell. Any other issues with the minutes? Okay, sounds like Ms. Russell, if you could make the motion on that, that would be fantastic.
Yes. I don't know
Thank you.
what I said, but whatever I said wasn't a word. So I think I can figure out. The video cuts out and it transcripts odd.
Fair. Moving into the substance, my understanding is the structure will be first, Mr. Fries will introduce the topic. The consultants will give their presentation. Then we'll have a brief period for us to ask questions of the consultants. Then public comment, 2 minutes each. That will happen for many hours. And then back to us for discussion of the issue, discussion of possible language or amendments. I know a few people are working on language.
Yeah, we're also requesting that the commission and council spend a more than just a brief time on that first discussion round, and that may assist and be refined once you hear additional public comment. But just knowing that the hour when you all get back to it is probably going to be pretty late. If you all have part of the discussion prior to the public, and maybe refine questions or other such things, that may help keep things on track. Definitely want to keep that this is a public hearing and it's the opportunity for the public to provide feedback and definitely have that weigh into you all's discussion. But if there are things that you already have on your mind to put into the mix, it might be good to kind of balance that timing a little.
So opening statements and discussion, would that be fair to say?
That's fair.
We can do that. Maybe I'll take a note of that.
Just a couple of other logistics for the group. We, as part of the discussion for this meeting, the public comment is going to be limited to 2 minutes per person. And that is, due to our expected high volume. And we want everyone to have the opportunity to be able to share their comments with us. And one thing that Mr. Rice and I talked a little bit about this afternoon is trying to have a general schedule for that, to build in breaks as needed. And one suggestion that we had was into the public comment, if we're at a 2-hour point, to have the chair touch base with the group to see if they feel like it's an opportunity for a break or if it's okay to continue forward. We thought that might be a good milestone to keep in mind.
2 hours into the public comment?
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, there could be other potential opportunities, and your fellow commissioners may ask for breaks from time to time. I guess we'll have to just see how things go. But that was something, just given some of our work session length times, wanted to make sure that we were conscious of that in case people needed that opportunity.
A question from Ms. Russell.
Yeah, going back to what you said about structuring like opening comments. I know, Missy, you had given us kind of a proposed format talking about straw poll items, and is that sort of what I'm thinking is we kind of introduce those as topics for kind of getting that straw poll from the rest of the commission.
Right, for commissioners who may not have seen that in their email this afternoon, there's been a lot of traffic. When we had some coordination for this meeting, we thought that the vote for the vote and the discussion for this may be similar to what we've done in the past for CIP hearings, where there has been the discussion where there's in those cases, there's been a general agreement one way or the other, but there are amendments that folks would like to propose. And so we've structured CIP discussions in the past where commissioners share all of those topics that they would like to speak through. And then we organize those in such a way there may be some that folks are okay with general direction on. And there may be some that need some further discussion. And that would give the opportunity to the things that still need further discussion, to have them kind of organized from a discussion standpoint. And then when it has gotten to a vote during a CIP discussion, the individual who gives the motion includes as many of those amendments as they feel like they should. And if there's a second to that, then others may have some friendly amendments to suggest to other members, and the motion may change based on that. If they're topic areas, I know that there are a few areas that folks are sure that they want to be talking about. It would be helpful to make sure that you have those in mind and or share with colleagues. And then that deliberation process is not going to happen until later in the meeting.
So, Missy and Lau, may I make a recommendation?
Go for it.
During the second part of the meeting when we actually begin our real deliberations, I'd recommend, Mr. Chair, that you ask for a motion to start the meeting. A motion would be, an example of a motion would be, I move that we approve the comp plan. I move that we recommend the approval of comp plan as recommended by the consultants, subject to the amendments to be discussed. And then we begin discussing the minutes, the amendments, and then we follow the process that Mr. just outlined. Does that make sense to you, Lau?
I like the structure if someone wants to make that motion and vote on it.
I think the vice chair would be an ideal person to make that motion. That would be you, Liz.
I got a thumbs up on that. I'm hopeful. Thank you for that constructive suggestion. Do we want to talk about possible amendment language while we've got some time? I know, Rory, how many amendments do you have?
I believe it is 11.
That's so many.
I think
Do you have that itemized in bullets, and can we get copies of it in bullets in email before we start the meeting?
yeah, they should be in your inbox.
And there may be, Rory forwarded us some materials. I believe most of them are similar to some things he had sent to the consultants already. And I believe that I know from discussions last week that there have been deliberation on a number of those. I don't know if each and every one, because I didn't have time to look at each one in depth. But we may be able to address some of those through the analysis that they have done on the comments along the way. What that part of the discussion will look like, I'm not 100% sure, but it may be that list gets a little bit compact based on some work that they've already done.
Mr. Alejandro, please.
So I have an amendment that I would like to propose too. So should I send that around to each of the commissioners ahead of time right now?
Please.
Good.
Would you want to, Mr. Alejandro, would you be okay with placing that in the chat, and that way everyone sees that same language? If not, it's okay.
When I place it in the chat, is that for just the participants or to everyone?
That is up to you.
Well, I don't mind putting it out there.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
Excellent.
And
Any
again,
other-
on Mr. Alejandro's comments, he has submitted that, and those have been looked at. So there'll be some feedback from the consultants on that as well.
Good.
Is it possible that some of the 11 amendment suggestions are not needed because they will already be wrapped into the rezoning?
I mean, certainly at least 2 are just basically reflections of reality. I would suggest that maybe we kind of go through them, and if there are no objections, we just quickly vote on them. And I think those should maybe take 30 seconds tops. But some of the others may be more substantive and would require maybe discussion.
Commissioner Russell?
I mean, I have a problem with making changes to the map at a point in which the public won't have the opportunity to see that and provide comment to it. I mean, I think administrative amendments are one thing, and I just glanced through the list quickly, and I think, you know, at the bottom you address a PUD, but I don't think it's a really fair thing to do, and just in principle, whether they are of merit or not.
So I think for most, if not all of them, we have received substantial comment that discusses them, at least in principle, you know, in the sense of many hundreds of comments that we've gotten suggesting that we maximize the use of our vacant land in order to reduce pressures off of other areas. You know, I recognize that obviously they wouldn't be published as part of the agenda for this meeting, but I think, you know, they have been discussed, right? And they will still be published as part of the agendas for the next two council meetings, where they'll actually be eventually voted on for approval in December. So I hear the point, but I don't know. I mean, I think in many ways these changes are much less substantive than the text changes we've been discussing.
Well, and do we want to spend our time talking about those, or do we want to spend our time talking about the text changes? You know, we could go into a lot of depth on the map changes and be talking all night, and I just don't know if that's a good use of our time at this juncture.
Sure. I mean, my expectation was that all of these map changes really would not engender much, if any, opposition or even questions.
Well, I don't think we have time to talk about them or think about them or review them, frankly.
I'd like to step back from these 11 ideas briefly. Is there anything else on the map? I've got Jody, I've got Rory. Does anyone else have language changes?
On the map?
Not, well, I'm using metaphor. The possible amendment language.
As a discussion point, I think we should talk about the merit or drawback of pulling back the medium intensity as shown on the map, right? This was something that was discussed between Councilwoman Hill and Snook. And I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And I just think we should, I don't know if that's in a motion. I'm thinking that's more of like a straw item to query the commission and sort of gauge where people feel on that. Did you want to chime in, Hosea?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, what I want to do is that is one of the things that I was going to talk about very, very briefly. I was going to talk about it very briefly and then throw the ball to Mr. Freeze. So I think he did a very, very good job of walking us through at least a way to intellectually allow the public to relax as it relates to what's going to happen. I mean, I think you did a really good job, and I think my intent was to throw you the ball when it's my turn to talk about this, to have you kind of walk the public through what the process is going to look like, so that they don't think this is going to happen all of a sudden without any additional intellectual resources being lent to the process. It will not relieve the emotional issues, but the public will know that, you know, we've got a thoughtful process in place that's going to help us work through this. And then I can all of a sudden have, you know, a 14-story building next door to their residence. So be ready for that.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I'm actually also touching on this issue in my opening comments to the presentation, and we've incorporated some additional material on the medium intensity in particular into the presentation that Ms. Koch has prepared.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
If I may, isn't that a change to the map that is much more substantive than the changes I'm proposing?
Well, I mean, it is my intent. And if Mr. Freeze does a really good job tonight, I'll carry the day. But it's my intent not to recommend anything different from what the consultants are recommending. So that won't be an amendment. That won't be a change. It'll be a discussion. And the intent of that is to relax some of the anxiety in the public as it relates to that.
I mean,
Any other-
I think that's worthwhile. I think actually, all the things you guys are discussing are more substantive and should have more time devoted to them. I don't think it's unreasonable to devote the small amount of time that I think my suggestions would take. I mean, most of these things should be 2-minute items each. We could even, suspend discussion and only vote if you guys would like.
Are these things that you think we'll need to vote on? Or are these topics you just want to raise?
I think there are things we need to vote on in that they are changes to the map. But I would say that most of them are not even things that we need to discuss. I could show my screen to visually show them. Again, they're all in your email address, inboxes. And I think at least half of them, hopefully, should be fully non-controversial.
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to read them. So I don't know.
I was gonna say, I got a chance to read your email, Rory, and I think it seems like a lot of them are catching up to what the zoning is now. And then there are a few that are suggesting changes to that. And then we can isolate the two different, bubbles into what's just catching up to now and what are the actual changes. Then we can have a discussion on those changes, and it'll be a lot shorter discussion, I would hope. And I mean, if there's a way
if the items are things that we're already doing that we're catching up to, why do we even need to talk about them? Why not just talk about the things that are going to be different?
Yeah, I would say we don't discuss those items. We just do a vote, and probably a unanimous consent vote for many of them that are very small. And I can suggest which I think
I
are
think
which.
maybe we should await the presentation of the consultants who've spent some time with some of these areas too, because that may have some added thought to.
I would just add that we're not redundant. We're not repeating ourselves or the consultants. We could be looking at a 3 o'clock meeting.
Any other big ticket items that we want to be discussed? Possible motions that we want to put on the board at this time?
We had discussed, go ahead, Jose.
I haven't made my mind up yet. And I may back off, but I may want to talk a little bit more about buy right development, affordable buy right development in general residential. I don't know yet. It depends on, Rory's got something out there I haven't read yet. I'm going to go read that, and depends on what the consultants say leading up to that. But I may want to talk about general residential buy right development, 3 units to 4, one affordability, blah, blah, blah.
And you have prepared language to consider?
Not yet. I want to think about it. I'm just giving you a heads up.
No, thank you.
I'll be net for you. I'll be net.
We
Just wondering, is the attendee chat supposed to be enabled? I know it's typically not. Also, I might point out that the latest chat we received, one of my changes is very germane to.
Ms. Russell.
So we had also, and I think this is what Commissioner Mitchell was getting to, sort of talked about some potential tweaking of the land use category descriptions as shown on page 27, 28, 29 of the comp plan. And that's that matrix of form and use and affordability specific to each land use category. And I think, we obviously spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what our intended outcome is, how do we, knowing that there will be more details forthcoming with the actual zoning ordinance, how specific or general should we be? And I do have some, ideas, maybe not, maybe it would lead to a motion.
I see 9 minutes on the clock. Do we want a break or do we have anything else to discuss?
One thing that I'll repeat a couple of times, and Mr. Rice may as well, we're all hands will be lowered prior to the request for public hearing so that everyone will get that opportunity at the same time. So we'll mention that again. So no one in the participant area or in the attendee area needs to worry about raising their hands at this point in time. Once we get to the public hearing, that will be announced and everyone will have an opportunity to speak.
Mr. Mitchell.
So just so we know what the logistics look like, what is it you want from us in the first discussion? And what is it? I know what you want in the second discussion. That's where Liz makes the motion and we then begin deliberations. What do you want in discussion one?
I'd like to see opening comments, questions for the consultants, and discussion on opening comments. Anything additional, or shall we take a brief break? See you in 7 minutes. I believe we are at 5:30 and live. Do we have the commission present? I believe we have everybody. I call the Charlottesville Planning Commission to order for Tuesday, let's say October 12th, 2021. Here to discuss the Charlottesville Comprehensive Plan. Going into the items, expecting a long night, lots of public comment. I believe Mr. Fries can introduce the main topic.
Oh, Lyle, we're still
Oh.
in the, we still have our regular meeting in the beginning.
Regular meeting. Thank you very
Right.
much.
From the 5:30 to 6, and then
I'm
we'll
already at 6
begin our
o'clock.
hearing.
Thank you very much.
You're
5:30.
ready to go, though. That's a
I'm-
good thing.
I'm at 6 o'clock in
Sorry,
my
my
brain for sure.
camera was off.
Thank you very much. Let me refresh myself. I believe the only item we have for 5:30 is to consider the consent agenda. Do we have a motion on that topic?
I move to approve the consent agenda, including the, inclusive of the revision to the minutes from April that I posted in the chat earlier, which was just a text edit.
Second.
All four? Raise hand, please. Looks good. I see unanimous. I would like to hear Planning Commissioner updates. Mr. Mitchell, if you would be willing to go first.
Nothing that leaps to mind.
Ms. Dell?
Good evening, everyone. I have not attended any meetings, but we do have the school CIP committee coming up on the 26th of this month at 9 a.m. that I plan to be in attendance for.
Mr. Bob?
The Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee met September 15th, and we just got updates on 3 items. We had a presentation on roundabouts, an update on the North 29 corridor study, which is in the county from Airport Road up to Deerfield Drive. And then the last item was the Charlottesville Albemarle MPO identified the Rivanna River bike and pedestrian crossing as a project that would benefit from more additional engagement, and is putting together a stakeholder advisory group to inform the development of that project. That's it for me.
Mr. Landry? Are you muted? Jody?
I don't think he's back yet.
We can come back to him. Mr. Stolzenberg, please.
Yep, so we had a meeting of the MPO Technical Committee. As Commissioner Bob said, we are getting ready for stakeholder engagement on the Rivanna River crossing. So there are a couple possible routes, and there are a number of potential stakeholder groups that will be brought onto an advisory committee, which will be formed shortly, or I think maybe were formed by the policy committee just after that. We got an update on the VDOT pipeline and the 29 North corridor study updates. And then we had a TJPDC meeting. Most notably, second most notably, we approved the solid waste plan. Most notably, we appointed a new permanent director, who is our interim director, Christine Jacobs.
And Ms. Palmer? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Palmer from the university? I'm very tired.
Yeah,
Sorry.
You may have said that. I just didn't hear you. Yeah, I don't think I have any updates since last time. But thanks.
Mr. Lehendra?
Oh, just in time. I lost you all for a moment. We're still doing committees report?
Yes.
Okay, good. I attended the tree committee, tree commission on October the 5th. There is a report by the Seville Relief Committee, which is an initiative created by the Tree Commission. And this group will be planting about 17 trees at Venable School and the Lugo McGinnis Academy, specifically cited to shade the playgrounds. It was discovered there's a 20-degree difference between the areas in the playground that have trees and the blacktop areas that don't. And then this Seaville Relief will be mostly focusing on educating children through school presentations with the city and school staff on the value of trees and nature in Charlottesville. There are presentations planned at City of Promise, Lugo McGinnis, Venable, and other city schools. And then the CIP funding from last year is allowing Parks and Rec to plant about 150 trees this coming December and January. We are prioritizing playgrounds, parks, and right-of-ways. The Board of Architectural Review met September 21st. I wasn't able to attend because it conflicted with a planning commission meeting. 4 certificates of appropriateness were approved, and then there was preliminary discussion of a demolition of 745 Park Street. And that's as much as I can tell you about that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Russell?
I have no committee reports because all I do is meet with you guys. Can't even remember a committee meeting.
You have stolen the words out of my mouth. That is also my report. Thank you all. Couldn't think of a better group to be spending time with. I believe we are prepared for the Department of Neighborhood Development Services. Mr. Fries, can you take us away?
Sorry, allows us to start the presentation? Are we ready to go?
Just NDS update.
We're
Yeah,
close.
NDS update. I don't have any particular updates this morning. Ms. Creasy, do you have any, or this evening? Ms. Creasy, do you have any updates? It's not morning yet.
Just briefly, just briefly. We have our special meeting scheduled for October 21st. That will be similar to our regular meetings. We have the agenda materials already posted, but I didn't want that to get lost in all of today's messages. So we will remind you all of that later in the week. We have one public hearing on that meeting, and we have a couple of regular items as well as a preliminary discussion. So a full meeting on the 21st. And then we'll be back on our regular schedule. We'll have our next regular meeting on November 9th. And that agenda will be to be determined. And we'll just have to wait and see what that looks like. So that's generally where we are. I don't anticipate an October work session. You guys will have met quite a bit at this point in October. So I think that is all we have.
This is wonderful. I believe we are now ready for public comment on items not on the agenda, which when you're talking about the comprehensive plan, that doesn't leave a lot off the table. But if you could please, 2 minutes on items not on the agenda. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Chair. And if you'd like to address members of the Planning Commission, please click your raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. We'll call on you in the order of hands raised. You'll have 2 minutes for comment. And first up, we have Martha Smythe. Martha, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Martha Smythe of Rutledge Avenue here in Charlottesville. I'm speaking in support of affordable housing now, not at the end of the comprehensive plan process. In fact, the need for affordable housing is so serious in Charlottesville that I believe we should uncouple solving this challenge from the necessary research and ongoing debates about the plan and the map. I observed City Council yesterday at noon, City Council meeting with the Planning Commission. Many familiar questions were asked again by various members of each group. After months of work and discussion, people are still unclear on some details, still uncomfortable with some of the distinctions between different categories, and still uneasy about funding.
Sorry, do you have a comment not about the comprehensive plan? We will have a lot of comment on the comprehensive plan, but any other
Oh.
topic, welcome to speak on.
Then I should hold till later because this is all about the plan.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thanks.
Next, please.
And next up, we have Mary Whittle. Mary, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. My mistake. I want to talk about the comprehensive plan, so my bad.
Thank you. Next, please.
And next we have Elizabeth Marshall. Elizabeth, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Because they don't want to talk about the comp plan. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Earlier, you mentioned zoning in the comprehensive plan, but it sounds like it's not completely. Would zoning be considered comprehensive plan or something else?
I can answer that question. There is a rezoning that will follow the comprehensive plan that the comprehensive plan will move into. If you have a specific zoning issue you'd like to discuss, you are welcome to at this time.
I do. I am literally so stressed out about the last few houses on Preston Place. I live here in Preston Place. My mother grew up in this house. My grandparents grew up in this house. I remember being here with a little kid and playing with other families. It was a family street on the border of the university. It's on the edge. It's turning into a college party zone. It wasn't like this even 10 years ago. Changing these last few houses and turning them from single family residential university to high density is not going to provide affordable housing for anybody. It's going to backfire and just make the party zone for the university students larger. And
I'm sorry, just a moment. Are you talking
families.
about the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, or are you talking about a specific zoning issue you'd like to raise?
I'm talking about a specific zone that y'all want to change and I think will be a disaster.
Is this part of the comprehensive planning process? I'm sorry to be going back and forth. I really want to understand. It is a distinct issue. If so,
It is a
please bring
distinct issue. It's the street, Preston Place. There's a few houses on it that are still, including mine, that are still in our residential one, so single family university. And the new zone looks like it wants to change it to high density. And it won't end up providing extra housing, affordable housing to families. What's going to happen is it's going to turn into a university student party zone. Currently the neighbors who, it used to be families, my whole family has been here, it used to be all families. And currently there's students coming in, which is great. I'd love to respect them, they respect me and intermingle. But a lot of them, some are great, but a lot of them are very disrespectful and they will say things flat out like, oh, well, we can do what we want because it's all fraternities here. They're not respectful to the neighbors and they're a nightmare to live with. Talk about waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning to your bed shaking because the bass is so loud.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Not on issues in the comprehensive plan and future land use map, please.
And next up, and I do apologize if I get this name wrong, Caetano de Campos Lopez. You are on with the planet, and I think we just lost him. Next up, we have a hand raised from Charlottesville, Virginia. And you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes. And you will have to unmute.
Let's please go to the next.
And Chair, I see no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. I believe we are.
One did just pop up, Chair. I do apologize. Rachel Lloyd, would you like to take her comment? And Rachel, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, planning commissioners and city councilors. My name is Rachel Lloyd and I live at 810 Tunlaw Place. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of Preservation Piedmont. Thank you for taking our comments. Preservation Piedmont's members and supporters come from our entire region. They include the young and the old, people of different backgrounds, people of different races, the homeowner and the renter.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lloyd. Are you speaking on the comprehensive plan?
Yes, I am.
We will come back to you. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're not there yet. You're
Okay.
My head is where your head is. Thank you very much. I believe we are ready for the comprehensive plan discussion. I know I am. I suggest that we adjourn until 6 p.m. When we will have our discussion on and joint hearing. Does this seem reasonable?
Sure, I do want to remind the public, we have people joining us constantly, so we're going to make these announcements as we go. When we do get to the public hearing portion of the evening, it will be 2 minutes per speaker. Also, all hands will be lowered. And then when the call for the hearing starts, there'll be the opportunity for everyone to raise their hands at that opportunity. So just wanted to put that reminder out there.
Thank you. Let us please return at 6 p.m. Have a good break. And I believe we are back. Planning Commission meeting, joint consideration of the comprehensive plan. Is council in order?
There are three of us here. Whether we're in order is an entirely different question.
If that's the case, then we're in order in that respect. Yes, maybe not other respects.
Thank you very much. I would like to open this public hearing. Mr. Fries, if you could introduce the topic.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were going to take that public.
Thank
that
you.
last public comment.
That actually is a good point. Thank you. There was one member of the public who was having some technical issues. Mr. Rice, could you put him on 2 minutes, please? Not on the comprehensive plan.
I certainly can, and it's I believe Caetano. Let's see if I can get him. He's calling in, I believe, correct?
That's right.
And I do believe we have him. You're on with the commission. You will have 2 minutes, and you will need to press *6 to unmute with your phone.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Yes, with the joint with the video, I wasn't able to unmute. I don't know what the issue was, but thank you so much for the opportunity. I just wanted to mention that,
please speak up.
The Thomas, can you hear me? Sorry.
Better, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission is undergoing right now what's called the Transit Vision Study for the Charlottesville and the surrounding municipalities. And as a result of this study, we're going to likely make the necessary investments or decisions in order to improve the transit in our region. But one of the things that was missing in that meeting was planners of the city or any kind of authority or decision maker related to planning decisions. When we are talking about improving transit, it's important to have the transit agencies in the room, that's true, but it's also important to have the people that are going to decide where sidewalks are going to be placed, where roads are going to be constructed, where crosswalks are going to be placed. And I just want to invite and actually urge the city to please bring planners or planning commission members to these transit vision talks, meetings, events in the future, so that the conversation can be more holistic, more transversal with all the authorities that actually need to be sticking together to make transit a better solution here in our community. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Mr. Fries, thank you very much for indulging me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good evening, members of the Planning Commission and City Council. Again, for the record, my name is James Fries. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Development Services. Tonight, we're here to speak about our draft Seville Plans Together comprehensive plan. And before we get started on the formal presentation, I did want to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work that has gotten us to this final draft of the comprehensive plan. I think it's safe to say at this point that many hours of time have been spent on this plan amongst our own city staff and consultant support team, the Planning Commission members and city councilors, but most importantly, the many community members who have taken the time to share their thoughts and concerns with all of us. The result of this process to date is the draft plan that you have before you tonight, which is itself only a first step as we move on to the implementation actions and rulemaking through the zoning ordinance project. In the presentation here tonight, there will be a brief description of the guiding principles and goals of the plan, which is really there to remind us all that as we move into implementation, we will be considering this entire plan. While there has been much discussion of the land use map, the strategies in this plan call for environmental protection, historic preservation, recognition of neighborhood context, addressing climate change, and providing affordable housing, among many other issues. And all of these will go into our efforts to craft a new zoning ordinance. This work will involve a great deal of further analysis, which must be done within the rulemaking context of the zoning project. And that work really cannot start until this phase of the work is complete. As we craft rules that bring together all of these different goals of the plan, there will be places where the suggested density may not work. And we will prepare plan adjustments or amendments accordingly. Now, as I'm the newest person to the city and in this planning process, I just want to note that I'm excited and looking forward to working and collaborating with the members of the public, the community, the Planning Commission members, and the City Council as we move forward into the zoning amendment process and further implementation of the plan. So with that, I'm happy to turn things over to Ms. Koch for the presentation, and we look forward to questions and discussion following that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Koch.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks to James for those opening remarks. We're glad to be here with you all for this milestone event in the comp plan process. Joe, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the slides, please. Thank you. I just have to reorganize my screen a bit. All right. So my name is Jenny Koch, and I'm an urban planner with RHI, also known as Roadside and Harwell. I'm the project manager for the Seville Plans Together consultant team. You often hear from me on these meetings, the public and Planning Commission and others, but there's a large team of people who's involved with the Seville Plans Together consultant team. Tonight, you'll hear also from Ron Sessoms, who's an urban planner and urban designer with the team. Lee Einsweiler and Christy Dodson from Code Studio are also here, as is LaToya Thomas of Brick and Story, who led the community engagement for this process. I know for those of you who aren't on the panel, you can't see there's 125 of you in attendance tonight. We know there will likely be more that join. So thank you for joining us. Next slide, please. This is the agenda for tonight's presentation. I do want to note there have been some adjustments to the slides since we posted them last week. It's mostly additions to the slides. So you can go to civilplanstogether.com and find a link to the meeting materials there if you want to review anything more closely. There's also some links you might want to go to and whatnot. On the next slide, the Seville Plans Together process, we've talked about many times, is 3 parts. James mentioned some of them earlier, but they're all really focused on updating this future vision for the city of Charlottesville with a real focus on equity and affordability. And I'll discuss those terms in a second. The comp plan, again, is the sort of the middle of the 3 pieces. As you'll see on the box here, we're showing the affordable housing plan with a check mark because that was completed after a year-long process with council endorsing the document in March. We're currently in phase of updating the comprehensive plan, which is this guide for the future of the city. And after we'll work together on this, we'll work with all of you on the zoning ordinance, as James mentioned. Next slide, please. I want to speak just for a second about equity and affordability. We've talked a lot about equity and affordability throughout this process, but when we talk about equity, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. We're talking about incorporating policies throughout this process, including the affordable housing plan and the comprehensive plan, and then the zoning ordinance, looking to mitigate any disproportionate harm that might happen or might be faced by certain communities. And we all know this is not how land use planning and policies have happened throughout history in most places. When we talk about affordability, there are many factors that relate to affordability, affordable transportation, access to healthy and affordable food, etc. But the thing we're talking about most tonight is, of course, affordable housing. And we're looking to support housing options that are affordable at all income levels. The federal government defines affordable housing as a household can obtain that housing for 30% or less of their income. So that's sort of the general guide for affordability, but we know that significant subsidies needed at the lower end of the income spectrum, and less so to support housing at the higher end of the income spectrum, which is more market rate or more toward market rate. So we know subsidy is needed to support those lower income levels, and then land use policies can make perhaps a bigger dent on their own at higher income levels. I also want to mention before we move on from this that the supply side of affordable housing is really only one part of this. Income levels are also important, and raising the tide in that way. And there are policies in the comprehensive plan that support that, but they may not be the focus of our discussion tonight. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Next slide, please. So The CVille Plans Together consultant team began our work in very late 2019, a very different time for all of us. But we want to note that the comprehensive plan process has been in motion since 2017, and the Planning Commission began this required 5-year review of the comprehensive plan. There were 3 rounds of community engagement between May 2017 and May 2018. And during this time, the city also commissioned a housing needs assessment, which identified, the housing market is very tight. Demand significantly exceeds supply. So recognizing the need for a focused strategy to address housing issues, the city sought a consultant team to help guide an affordable housing plan, as we've already discussed, as well as complete the other activities that we're undergoing now. And we, as I mentioned, began our work in late 2019, and most work began in early 2020, which means that several pieces of our schedule have needed to be adjusted as we went due to COVID. But we are glad that we've been able to have 3 rounds of engagement during this process, including both virtual and in-person engagement and input opportunities. We've met 9 times with our CVille Plans Together steering committee, and we're very grateful for those folks, some of you on this call. And we've also met with the Planning Commission and Council several times throughout this process, not to mention the countless meetings we've had with staff, city staff. So that's a very quick overview of our process. I want to just make sure it's clear. This is just a snapshot. If we go to the next slide, please. I want to give a brief sort of high-level overview of some of the themes we've been hearing. We've heard from thousands of people in this process in the city, both city residents and county residents, and some who don't live in those areas at all and maybe own property within the city. And we're, again, really grateful to everyone who's participated. I know it's not been the easiest couple of years for anyone. But we want to give a snapshot of what we've been hearing. And this is obviously just an overview list of things that we've heard in this process. I'd encourage everyone, if you're not familiar, please read through these booklets that we've put out to show what we've heard throughout this process from 2017 through 2021. What has been done to reach out to folks? What have we heard? How have we responded to that? A lot of, I won't go through all these things on this slide. The first section sort of talks about what we've heard around housing affordability and allowing potential for increased intensity of uses, both for housing and otherwise. Varying opinions on that, but one thing we have heard is that there is support for improved housing affordability in the city, even if there's varying opinions on how to get there. We also know that housing is not the only concern on your minds, on the community's minds, when it comes to the future. Climate change, we've heard a lot about, environmental protection, improved multimodal transportation, economic development and job opportunities, community wealth building, food equity, community engagement. I could go on. And these are all topics that are covered in the comprehensive plan. So again, please, if you haven't, just read through these documents that really show what's been done to date. Next slide, please. We've mentioned the housing need. A lot of us are familiar with the fact there is a need for more housing and more affordable housing in the city, but I want to show a few bites of information here. Regional studies have found that the city and county, Albemarle County, are expecting to see something like 15,000 additional households in the next 20 or so years. Because the Charlottesville housing supply is constrained, much of this growth is expected to occur in the county. And within the city itself, though there is capacity for growth in terms of some of the zoning, there is little capacity for growth and change within residential neighborhoods, many of which are only allow single family homes to be built. That means unless you can afford a single family house, you're not able to afford to live in certain neighborhoods in the city. I know I'm telling many of you things you know, just making sure we're all on the same page here. We know that many people in Charlottesville currently pay something like more than 50% of their income on housing, or somewhere around there. And if you recall that benchmark for 30% being affordable, 50% is certainly not affordable for anyone. So we know that housing is a regional need. It's a regional issue to solve, and there are regional solutions that are needed. Not only working with the county, but also with UVA, with TJPDC, with all these other regional players. But the city, including all of you, you've really recognized the need to look inward to see what Charlottesville can do to reduce displacement in the city, to support aging in place, to support climate change mitigation goals, to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and to achieve all these other goals that we've been discussing. Go to the next slide, please. So the affordable housing plan, I've already mentioned, it really sets the stage for many of our housing focused strategies in the comprehensive plan. This document is robust. It includes lots of recommendations, but overall it defines a vision for a local housing market that's healthy, high quality, affordable, and equitable. There were 3 guiding principles in this affordable housing plan. Racial equity was identified as a priority, recognizing that historic local and national housing policies have led to segregation of many neighborhoods that persist today. And there are also displacement issues driven by development pressures in certain communities. The second guiding principle is regional collaboration. We've already talked about that a bit, and we've heard community input that supports this, recognizing that housing is a regional issue. The final guiding principle in the affordable housing plan is taking a comprehensive approach, recognizing that there's no silver bullet to address housing needs, but it needs a strategy that combines everything from land use, subsidy, tenants' rights, governance, and all those different strategies that are included in this plan. I do also want to call our attention to the fact that though there were a lot of recommendations, there were 3 major initiatives. They're listed here. One is dedicating $10 million annually to affordable housing. Second is to build inclusive governance at all levels. And then a third, to adopt progressive and inclusionary zoning reforms. And though we're not talking about zoning specifically tonight, or we're not talking about zoning, we're talking about land use, which is providing a vision that we'll be looking to implement through the zoning. Next slide, please. So all of that is some intro to talking about the comprehensive plan itself. And the comprehensive plan might be most easily thought of as sort of an umbrella plan. It provides an overall vision for the city. It's supported by and supports several functional plans, things like the affordable housing plan, things like bicycle pedestrian master plan, the forthcoming climate action plan. It's also, the comprehensive plan is also supported by several small area plans, which identify sort of a future vision for land use in greater detail for these defined spatial areas in the city. One example is the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, but there are several that have been incorporated into the comprehensive plan. And then the zoning ordinance, as we've mentioned, is also a piece of this future of the land use in the city. And that'll be that next step in this, this process we've shown here. On the next slide, coming into this process, we as a CVille Plans Together consultant team were tasked with picking up on sort of the previous updates that have been started and working with you all and the community and staff to continue and finalize revisions. So some key pieces of this are listed here. They include incorporating equity considerations throughout the plan, not only for housing, but also other community, access to facilities and access to food and whatnot. Another key update was updating the land use chapter and the housing chapter. And the housing chapter was informed largely by the affordable housing plan, but that's not all that's in there. And then the land use chapter, we combined 2 chapters from the previous plan to make sure that the ties between land use were clear to urban design and historic preservation. So those 2 chapters were combined. And then of course the new community engagement chapter and the new implementation chapter that we've added as well. And we've worked with staff to identify changes throughout the plan. In terms of the sort of structure of the plan, if you go to the next slide, we mentioned guiding principles for the affordable housing plan, and the comprehensive plan has its own guiding principles. There are 5 of them. You can see them here. And the purpose for these is to identify sort of overarching priority areas driven by community input that we've received throughout this process that really tie together the goals throughout the chapters of the plan. So each of these has additional description in the plan itself. And we've been discussing these with the community since November 2020 when we sort of had a draft version, and language has been adjusted. But these 5 guiding principles have generally received support, and they've been steady since that time. The next slide, please. So the guiding principles apply throughout the plan. They tie to goals throughout every chapter to make it clear how everything in the plan ties together, because there are these separate chapters that seem sort of separate from each other. And we believe these guiding principles help to tie it together. So they apply to goals throughout the plan, and the goals are contained in 7 topic-specific chapters, and those are shown here in the bullets. Within each of the chapters, as you've hopefully seen, there's a vision statement for the future, as well as goals related to that vision statement, and then strategies for working toward each goal. So there's sort of a nesting format within each of the chapters. And we know there's been rightfully a lot of focus on housing and on land use, which are important topics for the future, to put it mildly, but we wanted to go quickly through each chapter to make sure that everyone's aware of what's contained in the plan. So these are something we have added since the original document was shared. So if you go to the next slide. Thank you. In the land use, urban form, and historic and cultural preservation chapter, this tackles topics related to zoning, and it includes an outline for what we'll be considering in the zoning rewrite, which is again that next step. This chapter also talks about processes and potential future small area plans, and has several goals related to historic and cultural preservation. And there's also, I would add, a robust preservation appendix that has been updated from the 2013 version. The other thing contained in this chapter is sort of ways to support a livable community through urban design, which is something we've also heard a lot about. Next slide, please. The housing chapter, as I mentioned, incorporates many of the, or all of the, well, the recommendations from many of the Affordable Housing Plan goals, specifically related to funding, governance, tenants' rights, subsidy, and regional collaboration. Those are all in this chapter. And it really looks to support a diversity of housing options throughout the city, and identifies strategies to, in addition to the things in the Affordable Housing Plan, it identifies strategies to house the unhoused in the city, as well as to address energy efficiency for housing, which is also an affordability concern and an environmental issue. Next slide, please. The transportation chapter supports improving transportation options, including and especially for walking, biking, and public transportation. It also identifies various mechanisms to seek funding for transportation projects, and it talks about prioritizing different types of projects. And like the historic and cultural preservation piece, this chapter is also supported by a robust appendix, which describes the city's transportation master plan, which is really a collection of several planning efforts. Next slide, please. The environment, climate, and food equity chapter seeks to address ways that the humans and the natural environment in the city interact. So this includes considerations related to climate change, both in terms of mitigation and adjusting to future conditions. It supports the ongoing climate action plan process, which we know is of great importance to the city. It includes recommendations around or strategies around water quality and other factors that affect the natural environment in the city. In the next chapter, on the next slide, economic prosperity and opportunity. In this chapter, there are considerations for both community wealth building for individuals and families, as well as overall economic health of the city and partnerships in diversifying, the economic framework of the city. In the next chapter, the community facilities and services chapter is quite broad on the next slide. And it covers topics ranging from schools to utilities and stormwater to parks and recreation. It also covers community safety, including fire, EMS, and the police department. And then the final chapter is new again, and it's focused on community engagement and collaboration, includes strategies related to public education, building more inclusive and effective engagement processes, and building more transparency and communication into all efforts in the city. So that's a lot. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of topics covered in this plan, really important topics. And accordingly, there are a lot of goals and strategies in the plan, and they're all important. And they've been identified by staff and the community as areas of interest. But in the interest of making sure that limited resources are focused in the short term, we have proposed 6 priority areas for implementation. Those are listed here. There's also 30 priority strategies that are tied to these priority areas. And again, they don't negate other strategies, but they are just meant to serve to elevate those priorities that we've heard repeatedly from people in the community. You know, things like housing options and affordable housing, access to vital resources that people need, you know, climate change, multimodal transportation, protection for the natural environment, and you know, communications and collaboration in the city. Some of those major topics we've heard about. So that is the overall plan framework. Now I'm going to invite Ron to dive more deeply into the land use piece, which we know is of great importance.
Thank you, Jenny, and good evening, everyone. Land use is an important component of the comprehensive plan. It's one of many important elements that will be included in the plan. And over the past 7 to 8 months, we've been working hard to develop the future land use map. But before we put pen to paper back in the beginning of the future land use planning process, we came up and developed 9 key planning objectives. And these planning objectives were developed based upon what we heard from the community. We've had a fairly robust community engagement process throughout this planning update study. So we were able to use that information of what we heard to develop these guiding objectives that really serve as a point of evaluation and a means to guide the recommendations of a future land use map. And you can see the 9 objectives in front of you. They're not organized in a particular order, but they do recognize all the different opportunities that we have at our disposal to develop the future land use map. And they range from being able to integrate the previous studies that have been completed throughout the city. The comprehensive plan is one of many studies that are underway or have been completed in recent years, including small area plans, studies such as the Streets That Work program, and others that we use as a foundation of our work. As Jeannie had mentioned, housing is very important. That's an issue that we've heard quite a bit through the planning process. So we've identified ways on the map that we can begin to provide for equitable housing opportunities throughout the city, recognizing that future land use map is only one tool of many. Jeannie had touched on a couple other tools that need to be combined with the map to really make that equitable opportunities come to fruition. But we do see and we have integrated opportunities in the future land use map to support equitable development. Another form of equity is providing access to community amenities such as shopping, employment centers, and transit. Charlottesville is the hub of Albemarle County, and it is a regional hub, even beyond that. So providing opportunities for people, the citizens of Charlottesville, to live close to those amenities, something that is very important. Also taking advantage of vacant and underutilized properties. We know that there are commercial properties, particularly, for example, along the US 29 corridor that could support higher and more intensive development that can support economic development goals as well as housing needs as well. Also, not only thinking about Charlottesville in a bubble, but how it fits into the region and relating the city's future land use opportunities with those of the county and incorporating that urban ring, the area of growth right around the city, into how we think about future land use within the city. Also think about access to transit, making this a very livable city, one where you don't have to rely on the car. So providing access to transit, providing more amenities for walking and biking, all while preserving natural and cultural resources. Charlottesville is a very historic community, and we've heard a lot from the community regarding preservation of historic resources and its natural resources. The Rivanna River is a major natural resource. There's several streams that and tributaries that meander off of the Rivanna River corridor into the city. So natural resources are very important. And then last but not least, economic sustainability. How do we support economic development as part of this future land use planning process? Next slide, please. So as I had mentioned, we've been working closely with the community, the Planning Commission, to refine the future land use map. As you all know, we went through several iterations of the map. This is where we are today. We know that there is a zoning process that's coming up after the comprehensive planning process. And we recognize that through the zoning process, there may be further revisions to the map. So we see this as not the final map, but there may be updates that happen in the future to the map. This is a living document. So we don't expect for these elements to remain static. As you can see, there are several core land use categories that we integrate into the future land use map. In fact, there are 10, and they range to the left in intensity from the least intensity being the general residential category, all the way up to the downtown core, which is the center node of the city. You can see from the map that these land uses are fairly distributed throughout the city. We first started the future land use planning process through the development of a land use framework where we identified how do we see the city growing in the future. And we built a process of identifying nodes and corridors that will serve as a framework for the future land use map. Nodes being central, more densely developed places in the city. Think about downtown, areas around the strategic investment area. We've identified areas along the US 29 corridor, for example, that could support more intensive development. In between these places, these nodes, we have corridors. Think of places like High Street, Preston Avenue, Cherry Avenue, 5th Street, and so on and so forth, that really becomes extensions between these nodes, and how we've thought of these places were opportunities that could support higher intensity, particularly higher intensity residential development. Because along many of these corridors are transit routes. There's community amenities. These are main conduits that connect employment centers, not only in the city, but to the region. So that was an important element of the framework that we carried forth through all the iterations of the future land use map. For those land use categories, we have a series of residential land use categories, general residential being the least intensive residential category, up to higher intensity residential, which would be, if you think of more larger scale apartment building. And then we also have a series of mixed use categories that range from neighborhood mixed use corridors and nodes, which are more smaller scale mixed use developments that will allow for commercial development on the ground floor and residential development on upper floors. And we did hear from the community that they would like to see commercial, neighborhood scale commercial being offered in the general and medium intensity and high intensity residential categories as well. So we did integrate that into those categories. So we have opportunities for places to develop throughout the city, even in residential neighborhoods that can support community serving retail and community services. Next slide, please. We've heard a lot about equity, and Jenny talked about the need for affordable housing within the city. Housing costs are rising. It's not only unique to the city of Charlottesville, but it's a phenomenon that's happening throughout the country. So we have thought of this future land use map as a means to perhaps to accommodate more affordability throughout the city. For every land use category, we have included an affordability measure. And we're going to talk a little bit in more detail on the next couple of slides, particularly for the general residential and medium intensity residential categories. But even beyond that, the higher intensity and mixed use areas, we are including a inclusionary housing mechanism, which we will talk about in the next slide, to promote affordability within those mixed use districts. And then also, of course, in the general and medium intensity residential areas as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slides as well. So this was very important. We heard that we wanted to or need to include affordability across the board. We've done that for all categories of the future land use map. And from there, we'll go to the next slide and we'll talk a little bit more detail about inclusionary zoning and the bonus program that we're looking to incorporate within these land use districts.
Thanks, Ron. So I just want to dive into a few topics that we've had recent discussions around to hopefully provide further clarity. And again, these are some slides that have been added since the original presentation was posted. So if you haven't gone back and re-downloaded it, you might want to do that. There's a forthcoming inclusionary zoning study. It's part of the zoning rewrite that will look at a variety of ways to require inclusion of affordable homes in market rate developments. You can see this graphic here we've got from the Affordable Housing Plan shows the various types of considerations that need to be taken into account with this. Types of policy and administration's considerations, looking at things like depth and length of affordability, incentives needed, program management, and all these different factors that are listed. And the goal will be to be providing for as deep affordability as can be supported. We do note that inclusionary zoning is most effective when there's maybe about 10 or more units involved in a development, housing units. And we've also, in that case, provided a bonus program for smaller scale development. But it's important to note that a bonus program, in most cases, might require subsidy to provide affordable units. And so that subsidy commitment in the Affordable Housing Plan is really important to make some of these changes happen. Next slide, please. As Ron alluded to, we also want to provide some notes about the general residential categories. There's two categories of general residential shown on the future land use map. Within sensitive community areas, which is the yellow without the dashed outline. The draft plan proposal allows for up to 3 unit dwellings if the first new unit meets affordability requirements to be established during the zoning update. It also allows a 4th unit on top of that if the existing structure is maintained. That's the current proposal or the current draft plan. Outside of sensitive community areas, which I might have misspoke, the first category was within those sensitive community areas with the outline, but outside of those in the yellow areas, the plan we're talking about now allows up to 3 unit dwellings with up to 4 unit dwellings allowed if the existing structure is maintained. And this is where we'll be talking about a potential bonus program as we get into the zoning rewrite to look at allowing for additional units and potentially some additional height under that bonus program. And we know that this is a big change. This is a significant change in the city. And along with the changes we've discussed to medium intensity residential, we know, there are a lot of thoughts around this. But we also know that the status quo in the city is not working for many who cannot afford to purchase these types of homes that are being built. And so what we're trying to do here is to provide a future land use vision that's more supportive of a variety of types of housing, affordability levels, and whatnot for a variety of people. And so, this vision is really aiming to provide these opportunities, this potential for housing as well as for commercial at a variety of scales, commercial uses, including at a neighborhood scale, which we've heard a lot about throughout this process. Next slide, please. One question we want to hit on, we've heard both in discussions with you all as well as we've heard from some community members is question of, can we apply this idea of the first new unit being affordable within the general residential areas outside of sensitive community areas, in addition to within those sensitive community areas. And the goal with the sensitive community areas is to, protect these areas, these communities which are, based on demographics, are potentially most at risk for displacement based on development pressures in these areas. And so one thing we would mention is that if this idea of having the first new unit be affordable to a certain level was applied in all general residential areas, we think it might lead to 2 things. One would be reducing the amount of housing that's built in areas that are currently dominated by single family homes. It's sort of outside those sensitive community areas. And we think that in those areas, allowing a base level of market rate development will provide more incentive to build additional units at a variety of types of units. The second thing we think may happen if we were to apply that requirement outside of sensitive areas is that it would increase or maintain this pressure that we're trying to mitigate in sensitive community areas. We're trying to make sure these are not the such a focus for development as they have been, while still allowing for and supporting this community wealth building for people who do own properties, especially longtime community members. And so we want to note, we do include in the chapter that the zoning update, that process should explore whether it would be feasible to include this requirement within some of the zones outside of sensitive areas. But we believe that additional analysis is needed first. Next slide, please. So the final topic we want to touch on is medium intensity residential. Again, a topic of heavy interest and one that has dominated many of our discussions with you and with others. And we know there are folks that feel many different ways about this. The intent with medium intensity residential is to support a variety of housing types and scales to help build these housing options into all neighborhoods. And in particular, it's located near community hubs such as parks, schools, employment and job centers, transit corridors, shopping, these places that we know people want and need to go. And this is building on what's called for in the Affordable Housing Plan, which calls for restructuring multifamily zoning and approval processes, which is a supporting element in the comp plan, in order to increase the production of new housing in the city. And the Affordable Housing Plan notes that these changes should be made in tandem with an inclusionary zoning policy, which, as we've already discussed, is a piece of the next step. This category allows for a range of housing up to 12 units. And so we want to talk a bit about what that means. This 12 unit maximum for medium intensity came about because it's sort of the upper limit for what would be considered sort of missing middle housing, which is what we're looking to support here. And it's a general sort of maximum of what can fit within a form that's compatible with single family homes. And that includes having similar setbacks and building widths, though these buildings structures may be sort of deeper and maybe taller than some existing single family housing forms. If you go to the next slide, please. As a final note about medium intensity, these areas will be refined further in the zoning ordinance to make sure that the scale is compatible with site constraints and context. And there will be likely several zoning classifications within all of these residential districts, including general residential and medium intensity residential, that will lead to sort of transitions between areas. It'll make sure, again, it's compatible with what's, or that it reflects what's possible on a site. And again, in these areas, the inclusionary zoning study will define what's feasible in terms of level of affordability, incentives, process, and whatnot. Again, really prioritizing, focusing on the deepest affordability as possible. Just a few final notes on the next slide. We've met with you all a few times since August. We've refined. Or excuse me, we also met with the steering committee in September and want to make sure everyone knew you all met yesterday to discuss, have some discussion on these topics, and we were there with you. And so as we've gone through these meetings, not so much yesterday's meeting, but the other meetings, we have listed some areas of refinement. We've refined how we've talked about sensitive areas or made some clarifications about what their intent is around them. We've clarified this affordability framework, recognizing we've heard a lot of ideas about overlays for affordability. We've provided this sort of framework concept. And we've also made some refinements to implementation, that chapter, refining different priority strategies. If you go to the next slide, please, we've listed here, and we won't go through all of these, but we've listed some of the most recent map refinements that we've made based on conversations we've had, which includes, some adjustments to medium intensity, some adjustments of mixed use throughout the map. But what we've been doing here is just refining the map as we've been working with you all, as we've been working with the community since the first version came out in May. Building on previous versions that the Planning Commission had developed. So we just wanted to list out, make it clear what has most recently been completed. So The final thing we want to note on the next slide, and this is also listed as a separate document in the materials. We've gone through now the comprehensive plan. The document itself was posted last week, and we have made, see, I think this is 7 edits maybe to the document since then. So we listed those here. Some of them are clarifications. We added a map that was missing, an environmentally sensitive areas map that was intended to be within the chapters and the appendix. So we won't go through all these, but we want to make sure it was clear. There's a list if you would like to look at it. So that was a whirlwind, but on the next slide, the final thought is that, just reiterating that after we've got the comprehensive plan update adopted, which will be once council makes that decision, we will work to update with you with the zoning ordinance. We're working with you and the community and council again through that process. And there'll be several community engagement points, which we'll work to outline likely early in 2022. So with that, I hand it back to you, Mr. Stoliates.
Thank you very much. I'd like to have a little bit of discussion from the Planning Commission and Council. I'd like to hear opening statements, discussion, and questions. And actually, if you happen to have any ideas for possible language for consideration later on, I wish that you would please post that in the chat so that others can read it and think about it as we proceed. Mr. Mitchell.
I'm never bright enough to have like deep statements, but I can do the high level stuff. So the document that we've got in front of us is not perfect. It isn't. It never will be perfect, but it is a document that moves us to the next iteration. We embrace this document and then we move on to the zoning ordinances, et cetera, et cetera. And we get more perfect. So I'm hoping that by the end of the day tonight, we are able to have a vote that supports the document that the consultants have presented with amendments that make this a more perfect document. Just to talk a little bit about the issues that I've been worried about. The overlay. I think Ron did a good job of making me more comfortable with the overlay, the affordability overlay. Ron did a good job of making me pretty comfortable with their articulation of how an overlay ought to work in the various districts. So I'm pretty cool with that. So I will not object to not having the overlay there. The general residential piece is still up in the air for me. Would love to hear from other commissioners. I'm saying what other commissioners want as relates to that. The natural gas piece, I think Mr. Freeze is pulling me back to the edge on that and suggested that they need time to think about it. Cool with that. I think Roy and I will be very intentional when it comes to approving new developments. We don't understand what the natural gas component looks like and how that affects our city. Medium intensity. Jenny Keller, past commissioner, past chair, wrote an incredibly eloquent email to us. Very net, love that. That suggested that we should think about this a little bit more. My worry, though, is that if we don't include that in the map, it might not ever make it there. So I'm becoming pretty comfortable with that being included. But I'd like, if Mr. Chair, you don't mind, to invite Mr. Freeze to walk us through what he walked us through last night in support of including that in our plan. So, Mr. Freeze,
Mr. Freeze, would you?
I would be happy to. I wish I had a recording of exactly what I said last night, but I don't. Here's how I've been thinking about the medium intensity is that the next step in our process is that we're going to move into writing the zoning. And as Mr. Eidensweiler pointed out at the last meeting as well, our process there is that we're going to look at this map and the strategies within the plan. And we're going to use that to develop a set of zoning districts and rules that incorporate all of these various goals: affordable housing, environmental protection, historic preservation, on and on, that whole list of things. So we're gonna develop a body of rules and a set of zoning districts that encompass the objectives of the plan. And then we're going to attempt to apply those into the creation of a zoning map, looking at the conditions on the ground, the understanding the lots that are present. And as we're doing that, as we're taking that body of rules that we've created and applying it in a specific location, we're going to say, hey, does this work? Does applying this body of rules in this location still accomplish our goals, given the lot sizes here, given the environmental constraints in this location, given transportation and other infrastructure issues? And then it doesn't, we may step back and say, you know what, this is a general residential location rather than a medium intensity location. Or we might say, this is still a medium intensity, but in this location, this is one of those districts that allows up to 6 units, not up to 12, right? Because as we've said a number of times, each of these land use designations could very well have within it a set of districts representing different intensities of development, right? But having the medium intensity on the map right now allows us to have an educated way I'm sorry, not an educated way, it allows us to have a document to work forward with. Which areas of the city are we supposed to be doing this analysis for in terms of considering these medium intensity districts? If they don't show up on the map, then how are we guiding that work as we move forward, right? If we didn't put it on the map, then instead we would have to say, well, here's a set of principles and guidance and guidelines you should use to consider where to consider and test and analyze for the application of these medium intensity zoning districts. That set of guidance and what have you that would go into that is what is illustrated in that plan. So we'd be taking a picture that's illustrating for us where to consider the medium intensity use as we're working on the zoning, and we're removing that picture and replacing it with a set of words. Or we're not doing medium intensity at all. You know, we need, as staff, we need something that's adopted by the city, that represents, by the city leadership, that represents a policy that tells us, here's where you should consider application of these zoning districts that represent a medium intensity. So I know that's not what I said exactly yesterday, but that's how I've been thinking about this as we go forward. It's how we get direction from our elected and appointed leadership that allows us to move forward into the next phase of this work.
Mr. Mitchell, did that help you?
I think Mr. Mitchell just lost connection.
You've banished him.
I did not.
I assume that did help. Ms. Dowell, please, statements and questions. Ms. Dowell, I believe you are on mute.
Yes, sorry about that. So thank you for the update for tonight. I know I was absent from the meeting yesterday. I was observing our Indigenous Peoples Day, but I did have a chance to watch the meeting today, which was very insightful. And so a couple of things that I wanted to take away, not only from the meeting that happened yesterday, but also from the presentation today, is that I know we already touched base on saying that in the zoning, we will make sure that every district has the wording to support affordable housing. But I still think it is important that it's almost okay to be redundant at this point, to have it not only here, there, everywhere. So it's no question or no shadow of a doubt that we are including this affordable housing protection in every sensitive area, and even some of it in the general areas as well. I also looked at our future land use map and was just curious as to, and I think one of our citizens had also mentioned it as well, as to the delineation of the sensitive areas. Particularly looking on Ridge Street, I was just wondering why the cutoff was where it was at, especially being a lifelong resident of Charlottesville. I am very familiar with, as you come down Ridge Street, well past Langford Avenue, that there are people that have been in their homes since I probably have been on this earth. You have the Burses, the Carters, the Jacksons. I mean, I can go on and on and on, and they are single family homes. And I would hate for those families to not be included in that sensitive area. So I looked at that area and also in the 10th and Page area, to kind of closer back to the school. And I was trying to check during the presentation to see if it had been extended a little bit. I noticed that the coloration did change some, but definitely wanted to mention that.
Can I respond to that right now, Mr. Sully Yates? Is that?
Please.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tania. I'll respond to the delineation of sensitive areas. And it was, this presentation was getting to a lot of different things. So we didn't dive back into those details, but to clarify, last time you all saw the sensitive community areas, they were just outlined, the census block groups that had come out as high percentage of communities that are non-white, non-Hispanic, as well as high percentage of communities that are, I believe the income threshold is $30,000 a year annually. So looking to identify block groups that have high proportions of each of those communities, or both of those communities. And so we originally showed the outline of each block group and noted that in the zoning update, we would be potentially refining these further, and also noting that they only applied to the general residential land uses within those areas. So what we heard last time we met with you and from some community members as well was that it would be best if we're only applying to general residential to show it just around general residential. And so we reduced within each of those community block groups, census block groups, we reduced the outline to just be around general residential within those areas. But as we've said previously, in the zoning rewrite, the zoning process we move forward, we will be looking to see, are there places that don't make sense to include within those census block groups? They are large. The block groups are fairly large. Or there's other places that it makes sense to include neighboring areas. You mentioned 10th and Page and Ridge Street, for example. Those would be areas we would be looking to see. And I know we've heard comments, I believe, from Bill as well about 10th and Page, Bill Palmer. So I'm glad you mentioned that to give me an opportunity to clarify. It is written into the plan that we will be looking at how do these should be extended or reduced, and that'll be a conversation with the community as well in all of those areas.
Thank you. I was just wondering, I guess I'm wondering why we have to wait for a conversation with the community when I see it's something that we can fix and work on now. And we've had a lot of community input on those two specific neighborhoods about that sensitive delineation.
So our goal in using this census data to do the first cut at this was that we want to pull out those communities that we've heard a lot of concern about in terms of demographics to provide this first cut at these areas. And so we again, that's why we took the sort of data-driven approach to this first piece, building on what was proposed by HAC and by CLIC, which focused on sort of neighborhoods in general. So I think we wanted to leave flexibility as we get to zoning, or we've heard, a desire to see more flexibility too, as we're talking about what each of these zones means, and we're working at what it means in implementation and the zoning. Then that's sort of a different conversation potentially to have with folks at that point, and a more clear vision of how these might be applied, as opposed to looking at those revisions now. But that's just to give our perspective on it.
Okay, and so just to give you a little bit of context for my concern is if you look on Hartman's Monroe, they've subdivided a lot at the bottom of the street. They recently put in a new subdivision that is definitely not comparable to anything around it in the neighborhood. And so by not extending that sensitive zoning, I'm afraid that what our traditional neighborhood looks like is going to turn into the subdivision and the new subdivision that's down the street, which is definitely not compatible with the salaries of the neighborhood and also the families that have been long in this neighborhood for 30 years plus. Like I can go down the street and tell you who lives X, Y, and Z. So it is definitely important to me that we preserve all of this neighborhood. It's a lot of single family homes. They have front yard, backyard, on and off street parking. And we are close to downtown. We are not downtown, but we are one of the closer neighborhoods to downtown. So I do not want that to go unnoticed. And also, I'd rather not wait, but definitely to put an asterisk beside that.
Thank you.
Mr. Habab, comments and questions, please.
Sure. I guess, are we discussing everybody's questions at the end together, or how are we? That's a question to you, Lyle.
How do you mean questions?
Or everybody's discussion topics that they brought
I think
up.
this would be a perfect time to raise them.
Okay. I guess opening statement for me, I think this is a great deal of work and I appreciate all the effort that was put into this. I believe there's enough language in the comp plan to basically cover everything in zoning. So I'm comfortable with that. A question I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but do we want to add that, consider that affordability bonus at these sensitive areas, which it is not included, I think, right now. Rory, I think, brought that up last meeting. Would that be bad for concentrating affordable housing, or maybe it has a high affordable housing threshold in those neighborhoods if someone wants to develop? Most likely nonprofits, maybe it opens the door for them. But just something to talk about between us. I think for the general residential affordability, hearing what our consultants had to say, I think the language that's there that asks, poses the question to explore adding that affordability in throughout the rezoning stage. I'm comfortable with that. I would be hesitant to add something now that we don't know how the repercussions of, or how it'll play out feasibility wise. But I would like to talk about that a little more. That's it for me. I guess the other main topic is the medium intensity. I'll also say that I would be afraid of taking it all out now, as it will probably not make it back later on if we do. I think what Mr. Freeze said makes sense. It is a guide for them to use. So I would suggest keeping it, and possibly, I think something that came up in yesterday's meeting too was revising the future land use map based on the zoning amendments that we make throughout the zoning map throughout the zoning rewrite process. That could be a way to link it back and update it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Koch, did you want to respond to any of those thoughts?
Yes, thanks. Well, I think the one I marked down to want to respond to, and I'll invite the team to respond as well. You noted the idea to potentially allow the affordability bonus that we'll be looking at the zoning rewrite for general residential outside sensitive community areas. We're talking about potentially allowing that affordability bonus within the sensitive community areas. And I believe that's something that the team would be fine with adding in, but I will invite Philip Cash from HRNA to make any statements about that.
I think what Jenny said is accurate, and I think the tension that was noted is the tension here. Is you allow the bonus, that's great because you can get more affordable units. There is a real, mostly because of the restrictions we're putting in place, most of the new development you're going to see there in terms of soft density or smaller development, is going to be affordable. And so there is a potential for some concentration. And so that's something you got to balance here. But these are small parcels. There's not a huge amount of subsidy going on. So you're not likely to see a lot of concentration. It would be pretty hard because you have to get control of several small parcels in one area. You'd have enough subsidy for all the deals. So you're going to see more of it, but you shouldn't see a street bought up in an entire street becoming entirely affordable housing at a higher level of density. So generally, should be helpful for the goals that Charlottesville set forward. Is that a helpful answer?
Mr. Buck?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Alejandro, comments and questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Dow and I are now approaching 6 years with working on the comp plan. I have worked with my colleagues through a lot of questions, a lot of issues, a lot of potential options for solutions. And I am now coming into this home stretch with one main concern. I want more housing in Charlottesville that's affordable. I also want to protect the physical features of Charlottesville that we all want, which make us all want to live here. And so striking a balance between those two is my primary concern. I have introduced an amendment that we'll talk about later, so there's no point in talking about it now. But I do want to say that I have been one who has pushed back against the number of units and the size of what's allowed, would be allowed within the medium density areas. But I am now comfortable with knowing, Mr. Freeze said it better than I could, that these are guidelines only. These are the upper limits, and that I trust and expect that we're going to be doing during the zoning ordinance rewrite a fine-grained examination of every neighborhood and aligning the allowable units and sizes with the physical characteristics of that particular neighborhood. So that's all I wish to say right now in terms of questions for the consultants. Since last Thursday, we've met over 3 hours with them and have had plenty of opportunity to ask questions. I have no more questions for them at this point. Thank
and
you.
so I've got to say, just so I can jump in, because I've known Jody for like 4 years now. That's why I always look to Jody for his wisdom. Jody, thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook, I can't ask you to tell us everything that happened over those 3 hours, but if you could briefly illuminate the commission on what was learned, that would be helpful.
Pardon me, I just want to make sure I understand what you're, are you talking about the meeting we had yesterday? And we also met with Mr. Alejandro as he wasn't able to join that meeting yesterday.
These sort of concerns about balancing affordability and historic preservation, and if we did have a motion to consider how that might be, how that might work procedurally.
Well, I guess I would ask NDS to perhaps speak about the procedural aspect of that. Missy, would you like to do that?
Sure. For just in general, since we have a lot of new people since our pre-meeting earlier, the commission has dealt with complicated issues like this on numerous occasions. One of the yearly opportunities is review of the CIP program, the capital improvement program. And so the commission in years past with that has chosen to express issues that they would like to talk more in depth on, or if they have concerns and want additions or deletions to that document. They've identified what those issues are, and then we then have dialogue concerning those, and then determine whether they have a consensus to add or delete or refine the proposal that's been brought before them. And so so we anticipate that the conversation and the discussion this evening to be somewhat similar to that process, whereas the commissioners will outline areas that they would like additional consideration, whether that be additions or deletions or refinements of language. They will deliberate on those. We anticipate that there would be a motion, and the potential motion could have amendments to the document that is before them this evening. So in the example that Mr. Alejandro has some language additions that he wants considered this evening, there'll be the opportunity for the commission to review that, refine that. And if there is consensus, then that may end up being part of a recommendation. Does that help, Mr. Soliates?
Does Lee Answell think that Jody's idea is okay, or does he think it's bad?
The team is okay with what Jody will be speaking about.
Thank you very much. Ms. Russell, comments and questions, please.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I'm really proud to have my name on this document. I think and am honored to have worked alongside the consultants, my colleagues on Planning Commission and staff to develop it. I can't say I've been involved in the process as long as others, though. The process's focus on affordability and equity has meant that we as a city have looked critically at the way land use decisions have been made, the impact those had on traditionally marginalized, but nonetheless institutional members of our community, and the impacts those decisions continue to have today. We know that Charlottesville is a great place for those that can afford to live here, but many of our neighbors are severely cost burdened in trying to stay in this community or trying to find a new home here. I think we're making great strides in moving away from R1, which I hope will increase the supply and affordability of housing and the variety of types of housing in our neighborhoods. Eliminating R1 zoning is a sweeping change, and we're one of the first communities to be doing that. There may be some additional tweaks to the land use category descriptions, as others have alluded to, really trying to balance not restricting supply and not constraining the market forces to add infill development, but ensuring affordability is a requirement in these developments. And I think everyone on this panel shares that desire. Moving forward, there's a lot of work to do. It's my hope, and I'm starting to become better assured that as we move into the zoning ordinance rewrite, it will be sensitive to the actual conditions on the ground, the context, environmental features, infrastructure, and existing structures. There is value in the existing housing form in our neighborhoods, both in the integrity of the built form and materiality, but also from a sustainability and economic standpoint. We know that deeply affordable housing requires subsidies, and we all want affordability. So let's dedicate resources and dollars towards what we want. I want to see intentional public investments towards affordability while still allowing for natural infill to occur within well-crafted guidelines. I look forward to that process and continuing to work with you all and on behalf of our community for that. Thank you.
And thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg, comments and questions, please.
Thanks. I think that was very well said by Commissioner Russell. I think the plan as drafted provides a big step forward towards a more equitable community that welcomes every member of its community and stops the cycle of displacement and pushing people out of our city because of the limited room we have available and limited homes we have available. I don't have many points for staff and consultants at the moment. I'd like to highlight Commissioner Dowell's point about sensitive areas. I think what she said really highlights the deficiencies in the block group approach, which I think is a good start. But that block group in particular has a number of newer developments, the Brookwood PUD, the Burnett Commons PUD, Willoughby, which is a little older, but is very much separate from the rest of the neighborhood. That kind of skew the statistics in that block group in a way that makes it so that, you know, what local knowledge knows about parts of that block group, I think is more valuable than necessarily the aggregated statistics. So I don't necessarily know that it needs to be changed tonight or that we need to redraw the map tonight. I wouldn't, you know, be super sad if you did a little bit of talking with Commissioner Dowell and got some new boundaries to propose that council amend. But I think it would also be appropriate to fix it, you know, next year in the zoning rewrite process. The big question I have in my mind tonight is really for Mr. Freeze on the natural gas issue. So I appreciate what you said in your email. I'm willing to give you guys a chance to, you know, make a plan and, you know, approach it on your own. I am concerned that, you know, even yesterday, you know, the idea of really phasing out new natural gas hookups and eventually the system as a whole was already starting to be hedged against. And any new natural gas hookups we have in the coming years are very likely to last until the very end of this decade, many decades after we have vowed to reach net neutral. And natural gas is not a thing that can be zero emission. And so, you know, I trust you guys to approach that process. But as Commissioner Mitchell said, we'll be watching closely. My big question is, what is the status of the climate action plan and will we be reviewing it?
That's a very specific question that I'm not sure I know the specific answer to. Is there somebody here available who can answer that? I'm looking through the collection here.
I'm thinking Alex would probably be the best person, but I'm not sure. Is Alex on today?
He is. I was looking for somebody representing DPW sustainability.
Yeah, nobody here can do that.
Ms. Hildebrand is in the attendee list. And I'm sure she would not mind being elevated to panelist, Mr. Rice, to answer that question for us.
Sure, stand by, Missy.
Thank you.
And Rory, thank you very much for that question. It's very important.
Okay, Ms. Rittervold's also in the attendee list in case that's of interest.
Yeah, that would be who I would pull up.
She's got her hand up too.
Yep.
Mr. Rice, did you catch that as well? To elevate Ms. Rittervold also?
I did. They are both
Thank
promoted.
you so much.
Sure.
Welcome to you both. Please unmute your mics.
It looks like Lauren declined. Let's see if we can get her back. But Crystal should be on board.
I suspect she declined because Ms. Rittervold is probably in the best position to answer that question.
See Ms. Rittervold, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Sorry for the clunkiness. The climate action plan is, as Ms. Koch mentioned, forthcoming. It's a process that was launched in the fall of last year. I think many people in the audience and many people in the public are aware that there's been sort of some competing priorities that the city's worked on. And so we have, in some ways, given some deference to the comp plan process. There's been a lot of sort of groundwork and climate protection related supporting work that's been going on for the past year. There is still fully a commitment to develop a climate action plan, since that's consistent with council's commitment with the Compact of Mayors. It is not my understanding that that is a plan that is specifically to come before the Planning Commission for adoption, rather that would come to City Council and have the related public hearing process. There will be a number of engagement, outreach, feedback opportunities, and certainly absolutely encourage and welcome the Planning Commission to take the opportunity to make the necessary connections with what's in the comp plan and the other tools and resources that you're working on.
So a question from Ms. Creasy, why, because this is so strategic and we are a strategic body, why wouldn't we have a chance to provide input, Ms. Creasy?
Well, you guys will have the opportunity to provide feedback as any other groups will within the community, but that wouldn't be a plan that would come specifically to the Planning Commission for a recommendation necessarily. It would be something that would go straight to council. I think Mr. Freese has some additional feedback to provide.
So it goes to straight to council. What other public body provides council input and advice before it goes to council? Mr. Freese, sorry.
I think I don't want to contradict anyone here because again, I'm the new guy in town, but I think this would be a topic that I'd love to open a conversation with Ms. Rittervold and others to talk about this potentially being adopted as an amendment to the comprehensive plan or appendices, which we've done on a number of other occasions for other plans, and therefore bringing it to the Planning Commission for a recommendation to City Council. Now, I may be stepping on toes, and so I'm acknowledging that right now. But so I'll say that and say that what I'll commit to is having a conversation about that pathway.
Yeah, I think Mr. Stoliates and I would, Mr. Stolzenberg and I would probably be happy to have it come before this body before it goes to council. But
yeah,
I
apologize if I stepped on any toes too terribly.
Yeah, I think it's wise to have it be an amendment to the comprehensive plan, just because of the importance of it and how central addressing climate change is within the comprehensive plan, within the city's goals. If it does not make it, if those conversations don't end with that outcome, I would hope that we would at least have a work session on it to bring it here and discuss how it relates to our goals and our plans, even if we are not making an explicit recommendation.
I would like to put a pin in this discussion and return to the comprehensive plan. Ms. Rittervold, thank you so much. Please have a good evening.
So can we keep Mr. Rittervold on for a second? I guess the second follow-up question is the natural gas question going to be addressed in the climate action plan? I mean, this is not about the FLUM, it's about our environmental chapter, but you know, at some point we really need to do it, especially if we're anticipating many new stoves and heating elements that may be gas or electric.
So I believe that as James presented yesterday, there is now a direction and a commitment that the city look at this. And if we have the opportunity to embark on a number of those complex discussions, from my vantage point, is really not a way that you can do a community-wide action plan without consideration of all fuel sources. And so that's a long-winded way of saying yes, but it's not going to prescribe perhaps the exact endpoint that we could arrive at in 2021, because we're talking about climate commitments that are within a decade and then out to 2050. And there's a lot of phasing related discussions that we need to explore.
Sure, absolutely. That sounds good to me. That makes sense. Yeah, and I want to clarify, I don't mean we're shutting off all the natural gas spigots by the end of the year. It really is about determining exactly what that phasing is to getting to the end goals that we need to in the time that we need to. So that's all I have comment question wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rittervold.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmer, can I have comments and questions on these issues?
Sure. Thanks for calling on me. Yeah, I'll try to get this all out quickly. I would say, yeah, generally agreeing with the goals of the comprehensive plan and the acknowledgement of UVA's influence on many aspects of Charlottesville, both positive and negative. I think continuing, obviously, the collaboration and cooperation between the city and the university is very important, and the county as well. It's really been interesting, to hear and ponder all the comments that have come about through this process, especially those that pertain to UVA. That said, I mean, UVA obviously is not taking like a official position on the future land use map or anything like that. But, in terms of the land use map, I think it does show growth patterns, the future land use map, that is. I think it kind of, when you look at it closely, it shows growth patterns around UVA that are largely already there and are occurring, especially in like mixed use zones and university HD and medium density zones. So I share a lot of the commissioner's desire for sensitivity, to like the environmental impacts, like stormwater increases and tree canopy loss, as well as impacts to historic heritage of neighborhoods and traffic in those areas, especially I'm focusing around UVA, that according to the land use map would see some increased potential for development. Areas like the Piedmont neighborhood, Montebello Circle, Alderman Road come to mind. But, I think the nuts and bolts of those kinds of things will be addressed in the zoning overhaul that's still to come. So I don't think it's, so I just wanted to say that. One thing, Tania, hearing about your comments on the sensitive areas, I was kind of picking up on that as I looked at the map earlier today, especially around the Venable Elementary School area. And that might be one of those block group kind of disconnects that needs to be looked closer at, especially if, one of the goals is to kind of have a buffer between what you consider general residential versus student housing. That might be an area that would be really stressed if it didn't have, as much kind of protection as we could give it. Just beyond that, I think those were pretty much all the comments I had. So thanks.
Thank you. I'd briefly just like to congratulate the many thousands of people who worked so hard on this document to get us to this point. It's really an incredible contribution with so many people giving so much. Just remarkable. Mr. Mitchell, how can I help you? Unmute, please.
Mr. Chair, we'd also love to hear your thoughts. You've been so kind to let us express ours. We'd like to hear what you're thinking about this.
It's a remarkable effort. My big questions to the consultants, going back to the beginning, was adequacy. Can we deliver on all of our goals? Can we make measurable improvements, and can we achieve them in a reasonable amount of time? My sense is that we can make progress for sure. We are not getting to perfect on basically anything in a reasonable amount of time, but there's a lot of good in here, and I'm very pleased to see that good. And I think it will be a benefit to the city. I'd like to turn to City Council, if I may. Councillor Hill, would you be willing to share some comments and questions?
I think that during our time yesterday, I certainly shared many of my comments that certainly still stand, and I recognize how many people are going to be speaking tonight, so I don't want to just repeat myself, but certainly appreciate the weigh-ins from the commissioners as we prepare for this to consider for council.
Thank you. Councillor Payne.
Sure. I don't really have any new questions that haven't been raised by other commissioners or myself either yesterday or earlier meetings, but I guess just to reiterate them, again, others have covered this, big questions around medium and high intensity residential. Definitely assured to know that through the zoning rewrite process that's really going to be looked at on a neighborhood by neighborhood, parcel by parcel level, because I certainly think it's true that, if you just assumed everywhere there's medium and high intensity, if that was the highest build out was allowed by right, we might not be achieving our affordability goals in every area. And to be clear, it's very clear, and I'm very sure to know that that is not what's going to happen. And I think that's important for the community to hear as well. That's not what this document means. But I'm very curious to see as the zoning rewrite process develops, what specifically it will actually look like in terms of bonuses and affordability requirements, with number of units, AMI levels, and how that is done throughout the city. And I would just be curious what, if any, assurances, can be given that affordability is really going to be promoted and delivered on that process, just because it's naturally a big question mark. I think the suggestion of revisiting after the zoning rewrite, the land use map is potentially an assurance that this is actually playing out to promote affordability as much as possible. Probably the biggest immediate questions I have are still just around the general residential. I know we've heard the idea of extending, allowing 4 units citywide if there's a requirement of affordable unit. Quite frankly, we've heard both that, could produce more affordable units and end income segregation by getting affordable housing in general residential throughout the city. We've heard the flip side, that no affordable housing would actually get built if we did that in general residential, and that it would push more displacement and gentrification into what we've defined as sensitive areas. Quite frankly, I just don't know enough to know what the actual impact would be, but would be very interested to discuss and think about that more. And at a minimum, I think Commissioner Dow's point is very true, that there are some neighborhoods and areas at immediate risk of gentrification and displacement that aren't in what has been defined as sensitive areas. So I'm just curious if during the zoning rewrite process, somewhat similarly to the medium and high intensity residential, if there will be opportunities to look in more specificity in terms of neighborhoods, streets, parcels of, at a minimum, where are there areas that extending that affordability requirement could make sense and promote our affordable housing goal. And the final comment, like I said yesterday, we know that zoning is one tool. It's an important tool, but it's only one tool. And we know that zoning on its own is not going to produce the 1,200 new units of affordable housing that our housing needs assessment said we needed. The market is not going to do that on its own. And so just reiterate the extreme importance of actually implementing our affordable housing strategy, getting to $10 million a year, and also having the staff capacity to implement these new programs. And right now, we haven't identified how we're going to fund it, and we haven't identified how we're going to have the staff capacity to actually implement that huge number of new programs. And so I think it's just going to be extremely important, extremely difficult, but necessary to figure out how we're actually going to do that. Because if we change the zoning and we don't follow through on our affordable housing plan, we will absolutely have not made a dent in actually achieving affordability. So those are my final comments. And again, all that, the specific one question I have is, during the zoning rewrite process, will there be opportunities to look more at general residential in terms of, are there areas that aren't in sensitive areas that we may have missed? And are there opportunities to extend affordability requirements that might be more, allow us to get more affordable housing?
Yes. Short answer for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Chair, I'm sorry, really quick, Michael, just him bringing that up and just hearing the other comments earlier. I did want to kind of raise my thoughts around the map itself. I mean, obviously, as we're talking about changes to the sensitive areas happening, we're talking about the medium density where it does and doesn't belong. What was the other part? Commissioner Stolzenberg brought up several areas that he identified before this meeting that he feels that we should be looking at differently. For all those reasons and probably countless more, I'm very hesitant about us saying this is an adopted map at this stage, because there's just too much work still to be done. And I agree with what Councilor Snook said yesterday wholeheartedly. It just creates this anxiety when it's unnecessary. We're still working through this. And I think that I understand the importance of showing some things so we have a base from which to go. But I also see what the perception is if we have this be viewed as a final or adopted map when it actually isn't that. And so that's my only understatement.
Thank you for that. Ms. McGill, I see you there. Would you like to share some comments or questions?
Well, most of mine have actually already been covered by others. I don't really feel, and I did take the opportunity yesterday to ask questions. Again, I just want to voice again, as everyone has heard, the importance of the neighborhoods being truly identified is very important. That the natural gas issue is looked at seriously. And I'm not saying that it's not being, I'm just reiterating that we're looking at the combination of equity and our climate goals. We made a very big commitment, and this plan is an important part of that. And that we're also able to follow through with what we're putting down on paper.
Thank you. Councillor Snook, could you please share questions and statements?
My overall statement is, has there are a number of pieces to it. The first is I want to try to re-emphasize something I said yesterday, and that was it's not an original thought with me. If anything, it's original with Jenny Keller. That her recommendation, and I think it's a good one, is that we not designate areas that are medium intensity residential at this time, that we leave that for once we've figured out what the zoning ordinance is going to look like. I will tell you that most of the conversations that I've had, the emailed traffic and so on, with people who have expressed to me their dismay about usually it's that their neighboring property would be in this higher intensity category, a medium intensity category. And my answer has always been, just wait, the zoning ordinance is going to fix it. We'll have to see what the zoning ordinance says. They probably won't be able to build a 12-unit apartment building next to you anyway. That's a very unsatisfying answer to people. And it is not, I think we need to acknowledge that the process that we have used here is perhaps inflicting more anxiety on people than it needs to. I think in the long run, we need to have significant areas that are designated medium intensity residential. But to use as an example, one of the folks who have commented to us a number of times, I think I can say to them, listen, I've seen the property there. No, if there's any kind of reasonable setback requirement, you're not going to have a 12-unit apartment building in your backyard. But the key is still any reasonable zoning ordinance. They don't know, and I don't know. I assume we would pass a reasonable zoning ordinance, but we won't know this. We don't even have a draft. Now, I say this, I recognize that we are asking people to watch us make sausage. We are asking them to watch us do about what should be about 3 or 4 things simultaneously, or perhaps to put them in a sequence that may not be the perfect sequence, but something had to go first. And we chose to go first with the comp plan. We chose to go first with the future land use map, largely because I think we acknowledged that the zoning ordinance was not, we should not start with this zoning ordinance, that we needed to change so many things about this zoning ordinance. It was better to start someplace else, knowing we were going to amend the zoning ordinance or rewrite it very heavily. So I have no problem with the overall way in which we've done it. And I've tried to tell people that, particularly the critics of this effort, that if we waited for all of the answers, we would never move. We cannot wait for all of the answers. We have to take some steps. We have to acknowledge that this will be, as Commissioner Mitchell has said, an iterative process, and that it may take a couple of years of going back and forth and tweaking here and there, between tweaking the land use map, between tweaking the zoning ordinance, making sure they work together. And I wish that I had a way to help reduce the anxiety of people who are convinced that they are going to get something jammed down their throats. This is an experience. This is a reaction I'm getting not only from Greenbrier, but also from Cherry Avenue. It's not just one part of the city that's doing that. I think we've got some real issues on whether, and I have to say, I am very optimistic that we're headed in the right direction. And I tell people I'm optimistic we're headed in the right direction. And sometimes it's an article of faith because we don't actually know. But we have to move in the direction in which we are moving on more affordability. I wish we had some better economic analysis. I wish we had the $165,000 study that we've ordered up on what affordable programs are actually working and how, and that kind of thing, but we don't. And again, we have to move forward somehow, somewhere. This is a good step forward. Even if you leave the medium intensity residential designations in there, it's a good step forward. I do think, however, it would be wiser to not put them in there for right now, but to acknowledge that that's going to be part of the tweaking.
Thank you. Ms. Cook, could you address some of those issues? There's a lot there.
Sure. Well, we talked a bit yesterday. Again, that session was recorded for those who are listening who weren't there. But we talked a bit yesterday again, and we've reiterated in the presentation today. Our goal was showing that medium intensity residential, and as Councilor Snook has said, that as well as the other categories that sort of define a number of units, for example, we are looking at a maximum number there, and it will be further refined in the zoning ordinance. We, again, also looking at what Director Fries said earlier about sort of either we go into zoning with a map that shows us the areas we'll be looking at in terms of where that medium intensity, those medium intensity related zones may go, or we have defined a series of statements for the areas that we'll be looking at, which would produce that map anyway, if you're sort of looking at areas near corridors, near transit, near schools and parks. It's the same areas where it's showing on there. And so, we're happy to entertain further discussion from the Planning Commission about that tonight, but that's our thought on that. And I think I'll leave it at that, although I will ask, Ron, would you like to add anything to that?
I think you covered our thoughts fairly clearly.
Thank you. I believe, actually, I'd like to do a last call. Any final questions? Ms. Dell, please.
I don't necessarily have a question per se, but after watching the meeting yesterday, and if you haven't, I would recommend that you go back and review it. It was definitely a good conversation. I appreciated it. But I just wanted to go on record for myself saying not only do, I'm very concerned about affordability in our city. I'm very concerned that the people who have built this city, that their families will still be able to benefit from their hard works and labors and be able to afford to stay in this city. And I also want to make sure that we, it was said yesterday, but wanted to bring it up today, that we are acknowledging our student population. We know that our students are part of our population and our community. Yes, some of them just come to go to school, but we do also hope that they do migrate and integrate into the overall community. But at the same time, I do feel like we need to make sure that we are securing partnerships and encouraging our students to use that on-campus housing to make sure that they are not, that they're not creating more of a problem, where we're not setting up a situation where we are trying to provide affordable housing, but only providing like affordable student housing. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Well put, thank you. Mr. Stolzberg, please.
Yeah, just because I was briefly mentioned earlier, I want to emphasize that the amendments I'll be proposing later are really minor tweaks to a very small proportion of parcels in the city, mostly just to reflect reality, and in some cases to better utilize vacant land, as many commenters have suggested, and I think nobody has really disagreed with, including our friends at the Citizens for Responsible Planning have very much emphasized the use of vacant land. They are not intended to say that this map is deficient or that it is not worth adopting. I personally believe that the map as it is now is a very good map and could be worth adopting wholesale. I have more thoughts on this idea about medium, which I'm sure I'll talk about later. I do have one question or hope that the staff or our team can address. My understanding is that good planning practice is to create a comprehensive plan and a future land use map and have that guiding plan serve as the basis for decisions you make in law, such as the zoning ordinance and zoning map, and that doing them all together is not good planning practice. Can you walk us through how this sort of thing normally goes in other places? Like, is this the right process? Are we doing it backwards and should have done the zoning ordinance first?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? Because I'm totally lost. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. So I think the process we're going with is creating a comprehensive plan, including a future land use map, adopting those as our guiding principles, and then moving forward to creating a zoning ordinance and a zoning map that implement those principles. So my question is that what is considered good planning practice that is done elsewhere? Or is it more common to put the zoning before the future land use map and the comp plan, or to do them all together, or something else entirely?
Missy or James, I will give you the first shot if you'd like to respond to that.
Well, and I saw Mr. Einsweiler raised his hand, so he might want to tackle this one as well. I mean, my short answer is yes, in terms of kind of your most transparent and effective way to engage the community around this discussion is to map those policies that you're intending to implement through zoning, adopt that map, and then work on the zoning that implements that map. That's a transparent process for moving forward that everyone can see. If we, and I understand the concerns. I'm not blind to the concerns that are being raised. I absolutely understand them. But I guess the question I'd have is if we are moving forward with a map that shows a medium intensity residential category on the key, but doesn't show that mapped anywhere, does that, the direction to staff and our consultant team then is to apply medium intensity, to figure out where to apply medium intensity at that point in time, based on a set of principles that we've identified. I guess it just doesn't, it strikes me as a potentially less transparent approach to the problem. Again, but recognizing and very sensitive to the issues that are being raised. And I think Mr. Einsweiler had a comment, but he seems to have stepped away.
Lee, did you want to say anything?
Well, I did want to say that, yes, you have to do the policy first and the generalized future land use map. Whether those are being closely aligned as they are in this process or not, it's infrequent that we get the opportunity to do what you're doing here, which is to tightly code to a very specific plan. And this is the best result. However, I will openly admit that once we have worked out the zoning categories and worked out a draft of the zoning map, we may see that we need changes in the future land use map.
Well, at least that's what I was going to say. It's not every day that you do a comprehensive plan and then go to a full sort of looking at the entire zoning ordinance as we are. Often you're making tweaks to a land use map based on an existing zoning ordinance that you won't be changing wholesale. You might be changing districts. So there's already some parameters around which you're thinking about land use. So this is a different process, but yes, I agree with everything that's been said. Good question.
Thank you. I'd like to move towards public comment. Are we feeling okay? Do we need a brief bio break? I see an interest in 5. Let's take a 5-minute recess, take care of ourselves, and then return for public comment, please. And I believe we are back. I have a brief statement I'd like to read. You may recognize this from last time before we begin public comment. We welcome comments and questions and commit on our side to listen carefully and thoughtfully to what we hear. In recognition of the great number of people who would like to speak and our limited time together, I offer 2 requests. First, everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. However, I encourage everyone to be concise, use less time, and if someone has previously raised your comment or question, please don't repeat it, but instead note that you agree with the previous statement. Second, the commission will disregard personal or professional comments against our members, staff, consultants, fellow speakers, or property owners. Please focus your comments and questions on the substance of the plan. That is what we are here for, and we expect and welcome differing points of view. But for this discussion space to work, we must be respectful of each other. Mr. Rice, can we please begin?
Thank you, Chair. And at this time, if you would like to address members of the Planning Commission, please click your raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. We'll call on you in the order of hands raised, and you will have 2 minutes for comment. Chair, we have about 138 attendees, and right now it looks like we have about 26 hands raised. And the first is Julia Whiting. Julia, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Welcome. Please unmute.
I would like to read a quote from 2 years ago. This is a voice from City Hall. Quote, "If we literally eliminated single family R1 or R1S zoning and allowed 2 units on each parcel like in R2 zoning, it would actually further increase the risk of gentrification in neighborhoods like Fifeville, because it would become more profitable for investors to buy the homes and rent them to different groups of students. It was precisely that problem that led to the creation of the R1S zone in the early 90s. We need to be careful about any change like this. Every time we change the zoning ordinance, we risk unintended consequences. In any case, changing R1 zoning doesn't create new units. It allows present R1 homeowners to do different things on their property. So if we are looking for ways to get 3,000 more units in the next 5 years, changing R1 zoning won't do it." That is the end of the quote. This is the sentiment of homeowners who have now been placed into zones of 4 to 12 unit development. Lloyd Snook said this when he was running for council in 2019. As citizens have repeatedly said, there are other paths to affordability, including an expanded community land trust and retail redevelopment with inclusionary zoning. The process that got us to this point has been incredibly flawed and now barreling toward a forced premature conclusion. Thank you for listening.
And thank you. Next, please.
And next up, we have Ted Pearson, followed by Philip Harway. And Ted, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I live in the R1 zoning area, Oxford Road. This is my 5th house. I have started a long time ago and moved up to this is my final house in the city. We moved here at a loss in property, acreage, and higher cost and higher taxes. But we did this because this is our final house and it's close to everything. We feel this potential planning commission report will make our dream of living in this particular neighborhood will change dramatically. And we wish severe, criticism of this, but also we make sure that planning will help us to keep this neighborhood as our own and not change it accordingly. We wish that the city please make a priority of planning and building affordable housing. I think this has been lacking in the past. I think developers have gotten away paying penalties and not building affordable housing. So the city, I think, should make, in any way possible, make their resources to build affordable housing. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, please.
Next up, we have Philip Harway, followed by Ellen Contini-Morava. Philip, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
A council person yesterday asked a question of the consultants, specifically about the possible effect of UVA and the student population in the city. Had the consultants worked into their analysis their significant factor, he asked, this significant factor? The answer given, like many answers given yesterday and throughout this process, was not an answer. The student body of UVA is affecting housing in Charlottesville significantly. Our city government should not make radical changes in our land use without this significant factor being given more attention. The consultant's study failed to account for the impact of the student body. Their slide today, 7, was pretty much par for the course without much details. Other studies by Charlottesville for Responsible Planning have determined that a significant number of burdened households are actually students, to the tune of close to 30%. The UVA Student Council tweeted to the students this weekend to sign the Livable Charlottesville letter in order to get, in their own words, more housing and cheaper rents for the students. Since UVA's endowment is now worth something like $14 billion, it should not be the residents of the city who should have our city turned upside down to provide inexpensive housing for its student with this radical, as of yet undefined, changes. Instead, adopt a general residential category of 2 and 3 and up on the R1s and 4 for last affordable, and keep your ability to approve other plans to special use permits for the rest of the city, and pivot as well to developing and targeting properties that are available now for development. Make citywide investments into providing truly affordable housing for our teachers, firemen, first responders, and others who are having difficulty with the expensive housing situation that exists in Charlottesville and the whole country. We're not unique in the expensive housing situation, but we would be unique in trying to work towards more equality, equity, using land trusts as a major tool. It's been proven successful in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
And next up, we have Ellen Contini-Morava, followed by Bill Emery. Ellen, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
I'm going to read a statement on behalf of Nina Barnes, president of the Jefferson Park Avenue Neighborhood Association, who can't be here this evening. The JPA Neighborhood Association Board respectfully requests that the Planning Commission delay its vote on the future land use map to allow for a coordinated delivery of information to the neighborhoods and city leaders. With the distractions created by the pandemic and the turmoil in city leadership over the past several months, it's been challenging to focus appropriate attention on the proposed plan. In particular, for neighborhoods like the JPA neighborhood, which are directly impacted by the suggestion of intensive density, there should be a presentation of the plan to our neighborhood association. We believe the enhanced communication and education up front will make for clearer understanding of what's being proposed. So then that was the statement from the board of the JPA Neighborhood Association. Speaking for myself, I strongly support creating more affordable housing in Charlottesville. But as acknowledged by the city's own informational documents, increased density doesn't guarantee affordability. And in some cities, the result has been the opposite of that. It looks like there's a disconnect between the affordable housing plan and exactly how it would be implemented, because decisions about requirements for how affordable will be defined, how affordability of units will be maintained in the long run, as well as about infrastructure and green space, are just being relegated to the zoning process instead of being specified up front. Changing zoning to by right instead of special use permit looks like open season for developers and a pious hope for affordability.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next, we have Bill Emery, followed by Anthony Artuso. Bill, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Commissioners, you are updating the comp plan and the zoning ordinance.
to guide the way the city grows and to work towards corrective injustice related to land use. Well-done planning is supportive and visible armature woven with functionality, beauty, and comfort, like the Garden of Eden. The outcome of zoning depends on the intent and skill of those in charge of planning and implementing. Currently, it feels like we're driving drunk at night. Kind-hearted developers will not address our shortage of affordable housing. I challenge you to produce a map of where affordable housing currently exists. Create a second map of where you want to locate housing and other placemaking amenities in a smart, equitable, citywide distribution, nodes in all quadrants. Ensure your zoning approach is based on science, not on current political fashion. Zoning is a tool that can be used for good or ill. Use zoning for good. Start with the correcting injustice piece. Previous planners located all the heavy manufacturing dumpster zoning in disenfranchised neighborhoods across the city, in East Belmont Carlton, in Fifeville, Locust Grove, Ridge Street, Rose Hill, Star Hill, and the Woolen Mills. Practice your planning chops on those manufacturing brownfields first. Produce small area plans in concert with disenfranchised neighborhoods, with the disenfranchised neighborhoods involvement. Write the necessary code and prove to city residents that together we can build new places worth caring about. And once we have the proof that you can clean up past messes, then we'll consider this great big new plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up, we have Anthony Artuso, followed by Chloe Estrada. Excuse me. Anthony, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. There's more work to be done on this plan, much more work to be done. The goals are admirable, but the plan does not yet adequately address those goals or provide a way for achieving them or balancing them. There has not been adequate community engagement, participatory community engagement at the neighborhood level. We've heard that repeatedly at these sessions. And this is not just my opinion. I urge the Planning Commission and council members to look at page 55 of the materials prepared for the June 28th Planning Commission meeting. On that page, it shows community responses to this question. Do you support what the future land use map is proposing for future land uses in your neighborhood? Answers from all racial and ethnic groups were uniformly and strongly negative. White, African American, Latino, Asian American. If you look at that single slide, there is no way that you can adopt the land use plan and map that is in front of you, unless you want to override the opinions of almost the entire community of Charlottesville. I've repeatedly asked at these meetings, and now I strongly support the recommendations that have come from several of the Planning Commission members and several of the councilors, that the Planning Commission and the council take the proposed land use map under advisement at this time. Do not adopt anything. Because whenever a question is asked, the answer is, we'll deal with that later. We'll address it in the zoning map. Go through the zoning process and then adopt a final land use plan and map. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up is Chloe Estrada, followed by Catherine Laughlin. Chloe, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Planning Commission members. Thank you for your time today and for your continued efforts as part of this commission. My name is Chloe Estrada, and I'm a third-year student at the University of Virginia. Today, I want to bring my perspective as a tenant of an off-grounds property and to share common points of concern on behalf of many other off-grounds tenants. Earlier this year, we conducted a survey of students who have lived off grounds to learn more about their housing experiences, with specific regard to the treatment they have received from landlords. Broadly, only 43% of student renters were satisfied with their most recent off-grounds housing experience, and only 40% felt that their landlords were accountable and transparent. When we look further into the reasons behind these negative experiences, it is largely due to an immense lack of landlord accountability that is so prevalent among off-grounds housing landlords that it feels inescapable or unavoidable. And once locked into a 9 to 12-month lease, students feel worried that they, like so many others, will endure untimely maintenance support, unsafe or unsanitary living conditions, and other consequences of poor property management. In sharing this perspective, we hope that we can bring a sense of urgency and necessity to improve tenants' rights for students and more broadly for community residents. We call on the city to follow through on its adoption of tenants' rights under the Affordable Housing Plan, and we believe that power must be shifted from landlords to tenants in order to minimize the exploitation of tenants and to promote fair housing experiences for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next is Catherine Laughlin, followed by Josh Cran. Catherine, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I just want to briefly say that I support increasing density as it is shown on the future land use map that you have in front of you. I would recommend that you not slow down the process, that you go ahead and adopt this map as a guide for creating zoning. We know that changes in status quo are going to create a lot of backlash. We've seen the data that some of the loudest voices do not represent Charlottesville more broadly, and that groups like Livable Charlottesville do come closer to reflecting the demographics of the city of Charlottesville. So please take this moment, be courageous. We can be a leader, at least in Virginia, in abolishing R1 zoning and moving our city toward a more equitable future.
Thank you. Very brief. Next, please.
Next up is Josh Cran, followed by Deborah Murray. Josh, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Hi, am I unmuted? Good evening. I should note that I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Livable Seville group that Catherine mentioned. First, I want to thank the members of the Planning Commission for their hard work through this years-long process. So Livable Seville is encouraged by the progress made in the current plan. Now we ask the city to continue this encouraging work by creating and passing zoning ordinance and map that addresses past exclusionary housing practices and meets its stated goals of providing diverse housing types, accessible across income levels, one that will allow more houses near jobs, schools, and amenities so that the city might meet its pledge to cut greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. We remain committed to increasing density, building capacity for equitable and affordable housing, and making our community more sustainable as the city moves from the comprehensive plan to the zoning rewrite. To that end, we recommend the following aspects of the map remain or be added. Allow greater building heights in the general residential areas. Improve accessibility by allowing 4-unit dwellings by right, which are subject to the Fair Housing Act requirements. Encourage a broader range of housing types, including stacked triplexes, row houses, and cottage courtyards. Allow higher intensity residential in historically affluent, white, exclusionary neighborhoods and in the JPA student corridor. And encourage small commercial and institutional uses throughout the city to allow amenities within walking distance of every resident in order to build a vibrant, walkable, bikeable, and diverse neighborhoods. Again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up is Deborah Murray, followed by Kevin Hildebrand. Deborah, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now or? Yes, okay, thank you. My name is Deborah Murray and I live on Lexington Avenue And I am deeply concerned about and opposed to the proposed designation of Lexington Avenue as medium intensity residential on the draft land use map. I do appreciate and support the city's overall vision to increase the supply and affordability of housing, but classifying Lexington Avenue as medium intensity residential would be contrary to the existing residential fabric of the neighborhood. Currently, the neighborhood consists of single-family residences and includes mostly older homes, as well as some newer homes that have been built as infill. The medium intensity residential category, however, with its significant increase in density, would be completely out of scale with the neighborhood. I also have learned this evening that Evergreen Avenue has been removed from that classification on the future land map. And you may be aware that Lexington Avenue turns into Evergreen Avenue right at the bend. And the reason apparently was that the Evergreen is constrained with the right of way. Well, if you've driven down Lexington Avenue, you will see cars on both sides of the road because most people don't have garages. So it just doesn't make any sense. And I would question the fairness and of removing Evergreen, but continuing to include Lexington Avenue in the medium intensity. Ask you to not adopt the map. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next up, we have Kevin Hildebrand, followed by Elaine Poon. Kevin, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Once again, it's a pleasure to be able to talk with you. I was encouraged after listening to yesterday's meeting that the up to 12 units is not a by right development in medium intensity. Heretofore, that has not been made clear, and that perhaps the allowable density will be based on lot size. So I'm encouraged by that, but I also think it's caused an unusual and unfair amount of heartache not to have been clearer about that from the beginning. As you know, I don't like the corridor approach, but I know the city is wedded to that now, so I won't belabor that. But what I am going to ask is that you consider the potential downsides or sides of how you're treating sensitive community areas. Are you artificially lowering the land values in those areas so that when there comes a time for those families to sell, that they don't have the same economic opportunity to get investment from their property because of the inclusionary zoning only being attributed to their property, not to residential property throughout the city? And in doing so, are you falsely depressing the land values in those areas because developers won't be interested in purchasing them? So I think there's a definite negative side to hurt poorer families in the city by not allowing them to get equity out of their property. And conversely, I think you are also concentrating then new affordable units in already impoverished areas as opposed to spreading it more broadly across the city. I really encourage you to look at the opportunity to require affordable units throughout the residential neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next, we have Elaine Poon, followed by Rachel Lloyd. Elaine, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Chair, commissioners, good evening, and thank you all so much for your service. I know you are totally exhausted. This has been such a long haul, many years. I thought that I would zoom out for a minute and maybe prematurely congratulate you on making history tonight. I just want to zoom out. I've been focused completely on the pernicious history of land use and zoning laws in Charlottesville, talking about the housing crisis, the fact that we are actually working on the very land use map that was created by the known racist Harlan Bartholomew, who went around the nation trying to fossilize segregation through single family zoning, as well as massive cultural loss that has happened in our city because of these land use laws in combination with other spheres of oppression, such as education, labor, and policing. And I hope that many others can talk about that. But I want to say that I look forward to a time in this city where everyone, including the people who disagree on this call tonight, will be proud to live in a city that chose to shed this discriminatory scheme and become a better city. With the adoption of this land use plan in combination with the housing strategy, robust investment, which we will hold you to, and a very strong inclusionary zoning ordinance that we will pass, and we will also hold you to that, we are saying yes to allowing families to attend the schools that they want to, so we can chip away at continued school segregation in our city. We are saying yes to economic opportunity for households who have been commuting over 40 minutes to an hour to Charlottesville. We're saying yes, that the people who clean our hospitals, prepare our food, care for our children matter in this community. We are saying that we are going to be a welcoming city for the people who have lived here for generations and the new residents who want to add to the richness of our city. I know this is a really hard time in our city, but we are more than, this city is more than 2017. We are a city that believes in inclusion and equity, and we are a city that will do what it takes to be an anti-racist, welcoming city for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
And next up, we have Rachel Lloyd, followed by Catherine Brooks. Rachel, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, planning commissioners and city councilors. My name is Rachel Lloyd. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of Preservation Piedmont. Thank you for taking our comments. Preservation Piedmont's members and supporters come from our entire region. They include the young and the old, people of different backgrounds, people of different races, the homeowner and the renter, old timers, newcomers, and those along a whole spectrum of incomes. Most importantly, we all share love and concern for the Piedmont region and for the city of Charlottesville. We care deeply about how the city changes and grows. We ask that you complete this planning process while remaining attentive to all considerations comprehensively. We believe our future land use map should encompass the narrative goals of the comprehensive plan, including the protection of historic and natural resources, neighborhood preservation, and efforts to decrease the impacts of climate change. Our viewpoint is that preservation is about managing change, not about freezing our city in one condition. To that end, we respectfully request, first, that change management and regular evaluations as clear implementation goals of the comprehensive plan, which is initiating dramatic changes in land use and building types. Second, an invitation to the Board of Architectural Review for inclusion in the planning process to assist the anticipated outcomes of this plan on the city's historic resources and design control districts. Third, no rollbacks of environmental protections in the city for critical slopes, floodplains, specimen trees, concentrated tree canopy, and other environmental resources. And fourth, the addition of at least one voice for preservation to the Seville Plans Together Steering Committee. Preservationists know how to rehabilitate, sensitively develop through infill, and when to preserve or replace historic building materials. Thank you so much for taking our comments this evening.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next is Catherine Brooks, followed by Ann Woolhander. Catherine, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am concerned that this is a plan in which residents of modest income will bear the costs of development and in which the benefits will go to the richest institution in our town, namely UVA, and huge internet companies like Airbnb. Before you open up the city to developers, you need to tell us what your plan is for making sure that whatever development happens will house real residents of this city at a reasonable cost. Please just don't tell us to wait for the zoning. We need assurance that the city has the legal tools to restrict short-term rentals in newly added units. We also need assurance that the city has buy-in from UVA such that the university and not the city will provide housing for any incremental increases in enrollment that it plans. This entire plan will be an egregious failure if it just provides more stealth hotel rooms and party pads for UVA's wealthiest customers. You haven't told us how you will prevent this, so you should understand then why we are reluctant to let this plan go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Ann Woolhandler, followed by Peter Krebs. Ann, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
You hear me? Okay. I have a sense listening to some of the commissioners, particularly some who have some reservations about the map, that they feel like they would like to just push things out the door, and that they're reassured that the zoning process will help take care of this. I also have heard from some of the city councilors that they do have concerns about the map and particularly about medium density. I would say that, you know, the fact that this has been a long time coming doesn't mean it should go ahead and just go through, because people are tired, as they are this evening, and are generally, I would say that there's too much reliance on, there are too many problems with the current map, and that we shouldn't feel so reassured that this could all be taken care of in the zoning. I know Mr. Frias has told us, oh, go ahead and leave the medium density and we'll take care of it. And also I know that Commissioner Dowell's there's been a sort of reassurance to her, well, those sensitive areas, we'll take care of those later. Well, this is not that large of a city. If there are problems with medium density, if it doesn't make sense along where I live, Rugby Road, or nearby Rugby Ave, if it doesn't make sense, as the lady earlier said, for Lexington Avenue, then why is that being put in medium density at all to be taken care of later? We should be able to have a map that makes sense now and not just rely on the zoners later to use their discretion to give us a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Peter Krebs, followed by Don Morin. Peter, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission, Council, everyone who's listening. One of the earlier commenters referred to this as historic, and it truly is. Ron and Jenny did a great job of deciding why it's important to house more people in Charlottesville. To that, I'd add getting out of climate change, getting out of chronic diseases, and frankly, having people spend less time in their car. Most people are here to talk about the future land use map. I've been paying close attention to the chapters, and many of my comments are reflected in there, so thank you for that. There's also a new chapter on implementation, and it rightly has a lot to say about walking and biking. It's a great list of projects. The bad thing, though, is that it was developed in 2015 and is largely not implemented yet. Not only that, but the average cost, I've got the list in front of me, is something like $200,000. Well, the 2022 budget for sidewalks is zero. 2023 budget is zero. 2024 budget is 100,000, not enough for even one of the 20 projects listed. So the comp plan is not a fiscal document, and we know that. So we're going to get through this comp plan, and it's going to be good. But right on the horizon, you've got the CIP budget. And as a group, Planning Commission and City Council, you actually have quite a lot to say about that. So, you know, in order to realize the great principles embodied in this plan, we also need the commitment to fund the necessary infrastructure. I'm excited about the comp plan. I'm also excited about having a budget that takes walking and biking and transit seriously. I know we can do it together. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Don Morin, followed by Claire Griffin. Don, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, city planners.
I've been to all of these meetings since the spring, and one thing that I've heard is that everybody's in support of affordable housing. But why are more than half the people against this plan? And so I had to ask myself, since I'm also for affordable housing, but against this plan, what is it that bothers me about the plan? So on a high level, I want to point out, one, there was never an identification of what the city's need was for affordable housing. Tonight, I heard for the first time, we need 1,200 units, but I don't know if we need those now or in 2030 or in 2040. So this plan was developed without any indication of what the real need was for the city for affordable housing, how many and for who. The next problem was that even though the problem wasn't defined, the plan was based on increasing density and eliminating R1 zoning. But as we heard tonight from the Planning Commission and councilors, this has never been done before. We don't know if it's going to work. I mean, I've heard in several meetings over the past 6 months that we know that increased density will not create affordable housing. We need to provide subsidies, we need to provide additional fees, we need to provide additional funding. But density increase will not result in affordable housing. So the next problem is, what will the plan cost? There's been nothing suggested about what that possible cost would be. And finally, how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to make this truly an affordable housing plan that's affordable for the city of Charlottesville and its residents? So for the first time tonight, after a year of these meetings, 1,200 units are needed. That's a definitive problem. Let's address it. This is the first time this type of plan has been put in place. We don't know if it will work, and it won't work, in fact. And tonight was also acknowledgement of, we don't have the funding and we don't have the staff. We need to step back and we need to define the problem, and then we can move forward, because we have the unity of spirit. This whole city wants more affordable housing. Let's use that spirit. Let's define the problem. Let's solve the problem. But unfortunately, I can't support this plan because it doesn't. Thank you all very much for all your time and effort.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next up, we have Claire Griffin, followed by James Chang. Claire, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. First, I want to thank everyone who's been working so hard on this plan for so long. I moved here in 2019 and heard pretty soon afterwards about this process. And I really appreciate the time and effort that you all put into making a plan to make Charlottesville a more welcoming, equitable place. I want to speak in support of the statements made by Livable previously summarized by Josh Cran. I currently live in a 12-plex building that is close, convenient to my work at UVA and affordable for my income. But I consider myself very lucky. Many of my colleagues have not been so fortunate. They are paying more than is comfortable for them, or within the bounds of affordability, or are far away from where we work. I hope this future land use map will start to help make my situation the norm rather than the exception. People deserve to be able to live near where they work, study, and socialize. A greater range of housing types and greater density in the city of Charlottesville will help improve the quality of life. It'll reduce car dependence and fossil fuel usage, and make neighborhoods safer and more community oriented in general, I think. Allowing development won't change things overnight. I don't think any of us expect that things will immediately get better. But it is a step in the right direction, and it's a step that needs to happen sooner rather than later to help the many, many people in Charlottesville and the surrounding area who are cost burdened. While there are still improvements that I would like to see made to the future land use map and comprehensive plan, as per the letter from Livable Civil, in general, I just want to voice my strong support for the direction the land use map is taking. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next we have James Chang, followed by Martha Smythe. James, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thanks for all of your hard work. I'm a resident of the Meadows neighborhood, but I just want to be crystal clear that I'm speaking in my capacity as an individual resident and not in any other capacity. First of all, I was just thinking, I know you all say there's nothing to worry about necessarily about the land use plan. Maybe you didn't say that. But to the extent that there is some concern, maybe that would be alleviated if you had some wording to the effect of this land use plan will carry no weight with respect to the zoning and the execution of the plan. That might be a little bit harsh, so maybe another possibility is to say something to the effect of the land use plan and its guiding principles are subject to change based on findings of fact that come to light during the zoning process and as research comes to light and as community conversations occur. I think that might make people feel a little bit more at ease. I want to say I second the person who spoke about the sensitive neighborhoods and the possible adverse impact. I'm concerned about a double-edged sword that right off the bat, when you designate us as a sensitive area and subject to us to restrictions from market rate development, that you are automatically going to be lowering our prices in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood. And I think that along with, let's say that this isn't successful and it doesn't develop affordable housing in the other neighborhoods, what I fear will be the impact is that you will be driving wealthier people out, driving poorer people into our neighborhood, lower income people, and basically concentrating it all in one neighborhood or in those sensitive areas. And I'm not against that at all, but I am against exclusion of, I don't want it to be all white and wealthy. I don't want it to be all poor and minorities. I just want diversity. And so I'm just concerned about unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Martha Smythe, followed by Tim Giles. Martha, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, all of you, for your hard work and for spending more time listening to all of us. I am Martha Smythe. I live on not Ridgewood, that was another house, Rutledge Avenue here in Charlottesville. I'm speaking in support of affordable housing now, not at the end of the comprehensive plan. I noticed in the map that Ms. Cook showed that the affordable housing plan is complete, was completed a few months ago. And my thought is, let's move ahead with that. It's a serious problem. We all know it is. And if we would uncouple the affordable housing from the rest of the work that needs to be done with the plan and the map, all the debates, the research, etc., we could move ahead. This evening, I've heard doubts from the commissioners, from counselors, from many in the community, and it just seems like there's still a lot of work to sort out in the plan and the map. So meanwhile, get on with doing the affordable housing. Press ahead with that by working to identify the properties, lining up funding sources and concessions, as Commissioner Russell and Councilor Payne raised or mentioned, and can start contracting with builders, not the big home developers, but builders who are willing to use cost-saving materials and methods. Creating more density, as we've heard several times tonight, does not assure affordability. And the other thing that I've noticed in all of this discussion and the reading that I've done is that these all appear to be rentals that are coming online. And yet there's mention in the plan several places, and commissioners have spoken to the media about the fact that we're hoping to create or help homeowners create wealth through that ownership. And that just appears very inconsistent with anything that the plan and the map materially demonstrate. So I'd urge you to press ahead with this need for affordable housing in Charlottesville and let the rest come together in due time. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next is Tim Giles, followed by Benjamin Heller. Tim, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hello there. My name is Tim Giles. I am a renter, and just to give a little context, because most people calling in are property owners, and so it's important to hear from other people in the community that don't have a house, at least house they own. I just want to second Josh Cran's comments about reading the Livable Seville letter. Second that completely. Additionally, I'd like to see increased building height in general residential. We only have so much land. Let's build up and not necessarily out to better utilize the land so that we can have a more affordable, equitable, livable, walkable Charlottesville that is, as a previous commenter mentioned, welcoming to old residents and new ones alike. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Benjamin Heller, followed by Adrian Dent. Benjamin, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. A thing that's been frustrating for me is that when people point out problems with this plan or the process that produced it, we get a retort about the evils of R1 zoning, but many of us don't care for R1 zoning. I've lived in duplexes, I've lived in dense neighborhoods, and I've enjoyed it. But this plan is way beyond getting rid of R1, and I want to focus on where the pain point is, in my view, and where I've heard from other people, and it's medium intensity residential. It's so far beyond what any other city has gotten rid of R1 has done. It's a completely different question, allowing for duplexes or triplexes or gentle density. It is the opposite of gentle. And where general residential is about incremental change, medium intensity is discontinuous change. And I want to emphasize how medium intensity creates much more risk than the other changes you're proposing. It has the capacity to completely transform neighborhoods in ways that can't be undone. It's risky. Having a duplex next door or a triplex next door does not pressure someone to move or to develop. But when a 12-plex of 4 or 5 stories shows up, the little house next door is not tenable. It's not development that is intentional, but it is development that is contagious, and it can destabilize a whole neighborhood. The economics of this development tends towards luxury additions. Look at the price point of large multifamily developments the city has seen. The average assessment of recent multifamily developments is over $300,000 per unit. It's far more expensive than the average multifamily unit, and there's no reason to believe that's going to change. That's not where local need is, and it's not where unmet demand is. It means developers marketing outside our metro, which in turn means demographic change. Rich outsiders can drive up prices for everyone. It's risky. We're upset about a 12% year-on-year median rent increase in West Palm Beach Gardens. It was 40% last year. Why? They got a COVID influx of rich New Yorkers, and it's a place that builds. On the other hand, restrictive Palo Alto was one of a tiny handful of markets to see rents drop. Why? Because the employers of the highest earning residents free them to leave for remote work. It shows how demographic shifts can overwhelm supply effects. Supply can lower prices, but attracting wealthy outsiders can raise them much more powerfully. Let's focus on the change that is well accepted and less risky. Let's focus on flexibilizing R1, duplexes, triplexes, but let's really scale back and rethink medium intensity residential. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next is Adrian Dent, followed by Brendan Collins. Adrian, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'd first like to thank you all for your stewardship of this future land use process and for articulating so clearly its commitment to achieving a local housing market that is above all equitable. But who defines equity? The future land use map conversation has illustrated yet again the degree to which ignorance and privilege shape the white supremacist patriarchal lens, the extent to which words like equity and rights and too fast or too soon can mean different things to different people. Google single family housing history. I imagine each of you can imagine what comes up. Article after article identifying the segregationist roots of single family housing. I cut my statement short, but last week an article was released by the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, which essentially declares eliminating single family zoning is but the first step in a long march. I encourage you to take this step in the march and continue to privilege the voices that have been historically silenced, ignored, and unattended. I'm speaking tonight an echo of the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition statements. Continue steadfast in your commitment to protect sensitive neighborhoods from negative gentrification while safeguarding upward mobility for our low-income neighbors. Adopt the affordable housing overlay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Michael Pruitt, followed by James Groves. Michael, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes. And Michael, you're gonna have to
My
unmute.
apologies. Not used to the interface here. I appreciate being allowed to speak. I'm a new resident here at Charlottesville. And I have to say, having read through the plan, including the affordable housing plan and what we have finished on zoning so far, I'm really immensely proud of it. And I'm very proud of my new community. I also want to echo some of what we've heard from Livable Charlottesville and urge the members of the commission as well as the members of the council to not cave into urgings to slow down, right? We all know that not acting decisively on issues of policy and politics is a polite way of saying to pocket veto an issue. Supporting affordable housing and opposing things like by right multifamily zoning are contradictory ideas that can't always be held in mind at the same time. Supporting affordable housing and decrying the plan and the map and urging that that be cast aside or delayed are also sometimes contradictory ideas that can't be held in mind at the same time. Also, just because I know it was brought up, there was a bit of discussion on the future of the inclusionary zoning plan. I have not seen in either the affordable housing plan or in any of the materials that were discussed tonight, much discussion of the future role of in lieu fees as part of that scheme. I know realistically, that's often the direction that inclusionary zoning goes. So properly calibrating that and monitoring that balancing act of the use of in lieu fees and developer contributions to the housing fund are realistically where a lot of the money is going to a lot of the sausage is going to get made for affordable housing using inclusionary zoning. And I think that's something that hasn't been discussed much. There's some publications by the Urban Institute on that topic that were commissioned by various localities in Northern Virginia that I would urge the contracting team to look into on that subject. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up is Brandon Collins, followed by James Groves. Brandon, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Planning Commission and City Council and everybody else. My name is Brandon Collins. I'm a lifelong resident of Charlottesville. I lived here my entire life. I have 3 children, one who grew up here and 2 who are growing up here. And I care deeply about this city and what treating people fairly means in this community that hasn't treated people fairly really ever. So I want to congratulate this Planning Commission and RHI and the Seville Plans Together Steering Committee for working to have something that I believe you should pass without delay. Some minor tweaks perhaps, but this really is an historic moment for the city. And I think you all should be very proud to endorse this comprehensive plan, send it to the City Council, who should take your recommendation as the law and not tweak it any further, in my opinion, and to move swiftly to implement the zoning rewrite, to implement the affordable housing strategy, and to fund affordable housing in this community. This has been a very long process. It's been an open process. It's been going on for 4 years. I remember a conversation at the housing symposium about delaying the process so that we could have an affordable housing strategy that could inform the rest of the planning that needs to happen for this community. And you have arrived in that space. So I really encourage you to move this forward, to congratulate yourself and participate in this historic moment. Delaying any further or working things backwards makes no sense. There was a reason for this process, and I think the plan addresses residential segregation, the affordable housing crisis. So let's go out and address these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next we have James Groves, followed by Ms. Simpson. James, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Hi, I'm James Groves, a city resident whose professional engineering career is focused upon clean energy and climate change. I want to comment tonight on climate change. I am extremely disappointed with the City of Charlottesville's professional staff, City Council, and Planning Commission. In 5 years, this city has produced no data to tell us what progress it's making towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In nearly 2.5 years, since City Council asked for a climate action plan, no such plan has been produced. As part of comprehensive planning, in the absence of city climate plans, multiple interested and capable citizens have recommended ramp down of city gas service. Those inputs have been ignored. Interestingly, the city's website says, quote, "We believe it is not only the right, but the responsibility of interested and capable citizens to become engaged in local government policy by advising the mayor and city council on important community-related issues," unquote. Why should we engage and advise when we are ignored? This year, Richmond, Virginia passed a resolution to start the complete phase out of gas service. Meanwhile, Charlottesville is unwilling to say that new homes will not receive gas hookups. Additionally, our city continues to install gas lines for free and provide rebates to homeowners who change to gas water heaters. So while Richmond is climate progressive, Charlottesville is fossil fuel friendly. How morally and environmentally bankrupt is that? I want to thank Commissioners Mitchell and Stolzenberg for tonight's comments regarding gas service. However, as of tonight, the city of Charlottesville is a climate irresponsible community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
And next we have Ms. Simpson, followed by Salethia Carr. Ms. Simpson, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? You can hear me? Okay,
Yes, we
great.
can hear you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm a single mom. I live on Rugby Avenue. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are some small homes on Rugby Avenue. So my question is, how exactly will a 12-unit, 4-story building conform in look and character to the existing homes in the neighborhood? Also, I have a problem with my neighborhood, my block, having 12-unit apartment buildings when the block behind me is only going to be upzoned to 4 units. I think that's unfair. I think if you're going to upzone, you should make it the same across the board for every neighborhood. There's another point I want to make. I'm confused on how this is supposed to help Black people or any people. Black people, including myself, like most people, don't want to live next door to a 12-unit apartment building. This argument that single-family homes and neighborhoods are racist could not be more ridiculous. Provide low-income and minority families with subsidies so that they can purchase single-family homes. Putting them in a box is not the answer. And finally, I think there are some unintended consequences of upzoning that I don't think you've considered. By allowing developers to construct these apartment buildings, you're simply adding on to the existing shortage of available single-family homes. The scarcity and supply will only drive up the cost of single-family homes, making them even more desirable and less affordable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up is Salethia Carr, followed by Kaki Pearson. Salethia, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Please unmute.
I think the wrong person was promoted.
Who?
Yeah, I got promoted. This is Andrea Massey.
I
got
apologize.
promoted,
Yeah, thank
but-
you, Andrea. Yeah, I'll go. Salethia, you will be next. Sorry about that.
Ms. Massey,
Andrea,
please.
Andrea, you go ahead.
Oh, wait, I didn't even have my hand raised.
Oh, very sorry for that.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
And now we do have Salethia Carr. You are now on with the Planning Commission.
Hi, my name is Salethia Carr, and I'm a native of Charlottesville, and I am very proud to tell everybody about my home here in Charlottesville. But it saddens me to see my people of color struggling to keep a roof over their heads because of the displacement issue during this grand makeover of Charlottesville. And since the 1960s, people here in Charlottesville have been displaced, and here it is the 21st century, and we're still being displaced. I have 8 siblings, and we grew up in the Belmont and 10th Street and 10th and Page area. But because of the new development and the uprising in prices, forces my family and friends to relocate in other areas, making it hard for them to commute back and forth to Charlottesville just for employment, and not only employment, but the upkeep of their families, such as picking up their kids from school and daycare, increasing their mental health to the highest peak. Some of my family and friends doesn't even have transportation to make these big changes, so that makes their struggle even harder. The African American community poverty level is increasing and is visible to all of us. Almost every busy area here in Charlottesville has one or maybe even two people begging for help. The Black community is being bullied, and it is unfair and heartfelt to see. It is clear that if you look closer into the Greenbrier and Belmont and north of downtown area, it could be used for integrating and deeply affordability living in the area. As the Black community is being highly bullied out of their homes, it is only fair to integrate these areas uh, to help them from not being so displaced. Charlottesville has a history with Black people, so Black lives matter, or do they not matter? I can go on and on about injustice here in Charlotte.
Thank you very much. And next, please.
And next we have Jeanette Abbey Nader, followed by Mark Whittle. Jeanette, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Jeanette Abbey Nader, resident of Charlottesville for about 17 years and co-executive director of Cultivate Charlottesville. On behalf of Cultivate Charlottesville Food Justice Network planning team, we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for the 65 food equity policy wins that have been included in the updated comprehensive plan. The breadth of community-driven food justice priorities woven throughout the principles, chapters, and implementation plan is significant and builds a foundation for future planning that addresses the 1 in 6 residents facing food insecurity, including the majority of students at Charlottesville City Schools that are eligible for the federal meals program. The Food Justice Network partners are committed to working in collaboration with the city for implementation of these goals to bring long-term community-based systems change solutions that recognizes the interconnectedness of housing, land use, transportation, food. We wanted to share a few additional recommendations today. One is that we embed an urban agriculture in future land use analysis, mapping, and zoning efforts. I made this comment before, but recognizing that the Urban Agriculture Collective faces continued land loss due to growing spaces designated because of redevelopment. And by the end of the year, we'll lose all 3 sites that at one time brought in 18,000 pounds of fresh food to our community. So the current information in the city of Charlottesville city resources needs updated, and we can provide specifics around that land loss. Secondly, we'd like to include additional data in the environment, climate, food equity statistics section on page 16 to more accurately represent the current context of food inequity in Charlottesville and to show this interconnectedness. And finally, because we understand the intersection of affordable housing and food equity, we want to support the Charlottesville Low-Income Housing Coalition recommendations to undo racist planning and zoning policies and the Livable Seaville recommendations that are critical to affordable housing, that state how affordable housing is critical in future plans. Once again, thank you for collaborating with us.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next we have Mark Whittle, followed by Mary Whittle. Mark, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to start by recalling Ms. Jordan Simpson's moving statement in an earlier meeting, actually. And my memory of her final statement was this: nobody wants an apartment complex next to them. Nobody. Not white, not black, not green, not blue, nobody. Now, the council and city planners' apparent lack of concern over this very real concern becomes clearer when you inspect the current zoning map. Following recent micro gerrymandering, they finally now all live outside the neighborhoods slated for medium intensity, so they can all sleep through the night without a sickening worry that their home is about to become flanked by luxury apartments. I want to turn now to consider the title chosen for this plan, Seaville Plans Together. In truth, this plan has been a very divisive, destructive, and exclusionary process, and a more accurate title would be Seaville Torn Apart. You've taken one of the most left-leaning city populations in the country, who could have really come together to build a better Charlottesville, but instead you poured poison into our community, enraging many and pitting groups against each other. Having watched in horror how Trump poisoned our country, listened to no one, insulted many, and set groups against each other, I never dreamed that within a month of his exit, I would experience the same approach coming from my own left-leaning local government. Perhaps most stunning of all is that you've adopted a classic right-wing approach to affordable housing, which is to open it to developer-led market forces. Just like trickle-down economics, everyone knows and has been telling you that this is a terrible approach. Not only won't it achieve what you want, but it'll very likely leave lasting damage to our city. Council members, I urge you in the strongest terms to reconsider this plan in your vote in November. Any sense of urgency you might feel does not justify starting down the wrong path. At bare minimum, eliminate the threat that comes with medium density so that we can all finally get some sleep at night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
And next we have Mary Whittle, followed by Jennifer Horn. Mary, you're on with the Planning Commission. And you will
Please
need to
unmute.
unmute.
There, let me unmute. Hey, I just wanted to point out that earlier this year, Councilor Michael Payne wrote what was really a pretty despondent, not to say kind of pathetic editorial in Seaville Tomorrow.
I'm sorry, let's please avoid personal attacks. I will cut you off if you proceed.
What he said, it was sad about what he said about the government. He said that the city government was so broken that this is his quote, until stability is restored, our policy goals can remain only empty promises. Week after week, we have witnessed this government's abject failure to restore stability. I see this evening that City Manager Chip Boyles just resigned again, citing your toxic culture. This is the 5th city manager to leave in 4 years. So I think we can now assume that what you all are talking about tonight is empty promises, thanks to your unstable and toxic government. You guys have said that equity was the top policy goal of your new comprehensive plan. But if you really wanted equity, you would do something like Ms. Simpson mentioned earlier. I suggest you come up with a plan to either give subsidies to Black homeowners or return the land this city stole from them years ago. I don't see any you guys doing that. I see a plan to implement luxury apartments throughout the city. I also want to say your plan to protect historically Black neighborhoods is a little bit of a joke. They're already gutted. They're 90% owned by LLCs. So what you guys are doing is now protecting the fat cat landlords who already own those neighborhoods. Some of you, I also know, I'm not going to mention names, but some council and PC members also own homes in those neighborhoods. So you're lucky you'll be protected. Guys, I'm running out of time, but I want to say, RHI, I think you owe us a couple of answers. I want to know what you've done with our $1 million. I want to know why we don't have an affordable housing plan or an equitable plan. And I want to know why Lloyd Snook was removed from.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Next up, we have Jennifer Horn, followed by Vern Buchanan. Jennifer, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Please unmute.
Chair, it looks like her allowed to talk is not available because of the older version of Zoom she is using. So I need to promote her to panelist if that's okay.
Please. Your camera may turn on and it may be awkward. If you wish to turn it off, that's a great idea. I'm sorry, please unmute.
There I go. I'm so sorry about my elderly Zoom, and thank you for taking me anyway, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to say, as someone who's been in Charlottesville now about 20 years, I feel like the comprehensive plan is so Charlottesville, and I back up what so many, one of the reasons I listen in on these, I would like to give my piece, but to hear my fellow Charlottesville residents who are so thoughtful and many of them so knowledgeable. And I appreciate hearing their voices. And to me, the plan feels so Charlottesville. Affordable housing and environmental concerns should be paramount. My concern is that the future land use map doesn't feel that way. It feels like there's a disconnect. And it could be my naivete, but it feels like those two big priorities are not the priorities. It feels like money. I hear what everyone's saying. One of my fellow Charlottesvillians was quoting from former meetings, and I was like, I had those same quotes. I'm like, oh, what's going on? I also am really concerned that we went to an outside consulting firm. I think it would be great if we could look in. In Charlottesville, you could throw a pebble and hit a developer. You could hit a builder. You could hit an architect and an engineer. They're with all around us. And I think if we had a more Charlottesville-centered plan, maybe how we are coming about affordable housing, which is paramount, might feel more Charlottesville. I don't know. I'm just hearing a lot of wise people, and I would love to hear more of their voices and feel more of their voices in this plan. Thank you so much for your time and for letting me be visual. Sorry. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Vern Buchanan, followed by Mark Cavett. Vern, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. First thing, I was very impressed by the young single mom talking about her house that she seems to be very proud of being built, being the possibility of it being flanked by tall buildings. I'm glad she stood up. Also, there was a gentleman who talked with sounded like an English accent. He was very to the point. I don't feel that Charlottesville Plans Together has actually been listening to anything but what they want to hear. That bothers me. This is a city full of people with good ideas, and we're not using them all. This weekend, I went to Richmond for a folk festival, and I was driving around, and I came across where the Columbus statue in Bird Park had been taken down. I have a suggestion for that. I say they take a statue of Arthur Ashe and put it on top of that pedestal. That was I grew up in Richmond, and I think that they should honor Arthur Ashe by putting him right next to where they wouldn't let him play tennis as a kid. I think that racism sucks. But this plan has got some problems that are not addressing racial equality. I think this just creating the divide, getting worse.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up is Mark Cavett, followed by Jeff Roberts. And Mark, you're with the Planning Commission.
Good evening. So much to say, so little time to say it. So many points to bring to your attention. Sunday in the New York Times business section, there was an article called "Where the Suburbs End." It should be required reading of everyone on City Council and the Planning Commission. It tells a story of what happened to a subdivision of San Diego after upzoning, a plan like what RHI has recommended. I will be dropping off hard copies and emails of the articles to each of you. I hope that you will each take time to read the article. I was also told that the Richmond Times-Dispatch and Washington Post did articles this past week on the subject. Seems like it's becoming a hot topic. Since I have time, let me plug the report that the Citizens for Responsible Planning developed. I don't believe anyone has acknowledged receiving it. In a nutshell, it shows an alternative plan utilizing land trusts to achieve more housing and true affordable housing. Housing should encourage people of mixed income and races to live as neighbors. Today, I saw a tweet in which UVA students are circulating a petition. It seems that they think that the city should provide them with more housing and affordable housing. I believe others will be speaking on this and hope you will pay attention. Thank you, and hopefully you'll get to bed tonight.
Thank you. Next, please.
And next up, we have Jeff Roberts, followed by Tim Wallace. And Jeff, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, so let me first second what Martha Smythe said about pursuing deeply affordable housing first and then revisit. Let's see how you do addressing that and then move on to a bigger scope. So my original point was to say that Mr. Yates has asked that comments be addressed to ideas rather than persons. And yet we have members of the Planning Commission active on social media, demeaning and attempting to diminish the input of tax-paying citizens who care enough to speak to the process. So I would ask that the Planning Commission, who serves in an advisory scope, adhere to the same ethos of personal conduct. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next up is Tim Wallace, followed by Gregory Weaver. Tim, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, my name's Tim Wallace. I spoke at the last meeting. I live in the Meadows, and first I want to thank y'all for the years of work and the intensity of that work, in particular recently. Also want to lift up the Livable Charlottesville letter. Consider me a person who supports all of that. And I just wanted to jump on, and I raised my hand relatively late in the process, so maybe we're close to being done. But I just wanted to lift up something I had said at the last meeting, which is, in particular in the Meadows, the sensitive communities line missing the block of Cedar Hill and the block of Swanson that are closest to hydraulic. Really misses the people that you're trying to protect with that designation in our neighborhood. Those 2 blocks are predominantly multifamily homes. There's an apartment building. These are houses that were built in the 50s. They are remarkably affordable rental units that already exist. And if the FLUM is passed exactly as it is, I hope that there will be conversations around extending those sensitive community protections to those particular blocks, because those are exactly the people that we don't want to displace. And that's it. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Gregory Weaver, followed by Kimber Hawkey. Gregory, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, hi, Planning Commission. My name is Greg Weaver. I live in Fry Spring. I just want to voice my support for the Livable Seville's letter. But in particular, I just want to remind the Commission that in order to mitigate the worst effects of climate change, we need to act now. This process has been going on for years, and we can't afford to wait any longer. The 50% reduction by 2030 goal that City Council made the other year is honestly, it's not aggressive enough. Transportation accounts for 28% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the city. In order to eliminate this emissions, we need to cut the reliance of families on single-family vehicles. To accomplish this, we need the city to be as dense as possible and need to have a comprehensive, reliable mass transit system, as well as an infrastructure that is centered on walkability and bikeability. These changes won't be instant. They'll take years to put into place. The emission reductions won't be instant either. For those asking us to take more time with this step of the process, I wonder where are we supposed to find the time to make the changes that the FLUM will allow? Not taking the extremely limited timeline into account and not understanding the necessity of increased density is simply climate denialism. And I urge everyone to reckon with the consequences of that denialism. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Kimber Hawkey, followed by Peter Nance. Kimber, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much for listening to me tonight. I'd like to second everything that former Planning Commissioner Bill Emery said, as well as the other speakers who are concerned about this faulty FLUM. Tonight, this panel continues to admit that the areas and citizens need to be protected from this plan, and thereby admitting that it's a harmful plan as it is. which will do harm to neighborhoods and citizens. So that's what you say, people be protected. So in 2011, city employee Haleska published a study citing a maximum of 8,000 possible additional units under the current land use zoning structure. Of course, that's a maximum number, doesn't take into considerations the necessary changes or issues in each plot. However, tonight, 12,000 units was cited. RHI's own documents cite 4,000 units by 2040. So seeing as the city is only required by law to review and not change the comp plan as I understand it, there is no need for this radical upzoning that will only continue to benefit the money interests, already the primary beneficiaries of development. The city has certainly not produced the necessary amount of truly affordable housing units over the past 20 years, nor does it follow a European model of 40% low income, 40% workforce, and 20% free market units. What we need to do is to maximize the numerous plots that are already vacant, underutilized, or in need of redevelopment. There are 700 R2 plots that are being used as R1 that could be redone, offer tax breaks to the luxury apartment developers, use our current ADU allowance, and most importantly, look at community land trust. That document that Mary Whittle sent to you is already sent to everybody. We've got 2 responses that were not positive, and this provides direct affordable housing to those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up is Peter Nance, followed by Kaki Pearson. Peter, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me all right? Great, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. First, I wanted to wholeheartedly endorse the Livable Seaville letter. I think the current future land use map certainly goes a long way in addressing many of the affordability and density issues that Charlottesville has, though certainly I would like it to go even further with encouraging greater density within the city. I do think it's concerning to hear many of the residents of Charlottesville's wealthiest neighborhoods say that they endorse affordability without endorsing density. I believe it speaks to a perception of Charlottesville that they wanted to stay exactly as it was when they moved here, which for many of them was only within the past year or two, despite the way they phrase about demographic shifts in the community. That many of the people that staff jobs within Charlottesville are at or well below the area median income, and certainly cannot afford to live in a city where the median house cost is, I believe, $350,000 and constantly moving up. I believe some people have spoken about providing subsidies for single family houses, but I'm not clear how that actually helps if you're not increasing the housing stock when the people with who are receiving the subsidies are competing with a even wealthier group of people that are coming in. Certainly if you're, as some have said, don't want to live next to apartments, which would mean tearing down multifamily units, multifamily housing stock to decrease the housing stock. So again, I want to thank the Planning Commission for moving forward with the plan, or at least putting forward a plan to increase density within Charlottesville, which I believe would address many of the affordability issues.
Thank you. And next, please.
Next up is Kaki Pearson, followed by Joy Johnson. Kaki, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for listening to me. I clicked the wrong button earlier. That's why I wasn't there. Anyway, thank you very much for all the work you've been doing. Thank you also to Don Morin for your well-expressed questions. I agree. And Kimber Hockey, I agree. Anyway, the presentation tonight sounds wonderful, as sweet as a bouquet of fresh flowers. But what we all need to know first is how all of these individual so-called flowers or implementations are going to be accounted for to work together as is being said that it will. What will be the new and accountable requirements for builders to mandatorily accept to add affordable housing to their plans? No one-time penalty payment accepted anymore, right? Will these be long-term requirements or adjustable? If I were in need of affordable housing, I would certainly want to be involved in an area that had a long-term, non-adjustable length for participation towards community involvement and possibly even ownership. I want my kids to grow up there. I want to have connections. Certainly, since there is accountability with the short-term rentals in the city, there could be a person assigned to oversee builders and what they have signed to deliver as well. I'd like to add to what my husband said earlier. And we've been working here since we were teenagers. Both we have been working, not here, but just working since we were teenagers, often with 2 jobs, and all by choice, because we were earning and saving to be able to live where we are today. And we only purchased this in 2014 when we were in our 60s, and improved it so that we could be able to live here, age in place. And we still have to rent out a portion of our house to make ends meet. And I'm 70 and it's still working. So, you know, I see that we just all need to not put labels on everybody. We are who we are. We all strive to be better, and we all need to work on this in a way that makes it look like that. Thank you
very
for your
much. Next, please.
And next up is Joy Johnson, followed by Annie Alston. Joy, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Hi, Jose. I see you smiling. I would like to thank the Planning Commission for, and everyone who has been involved in this, for your hard work. And I support the idea of supporting this document going forward so that you can also have something to work on with the land use map. I heard some comments about the NIMBYs not in my backyard earlier. And it always bothers me. One, because I am a part of every statistic there will be: Black, big, woman, live in low income community. And it's some more, but only got a minute and 14 seconds. Building high density in low income neighborhood seems to be okay. Building high density in upper middle class communities, it's not okay. Well, it's not in my backyard. I will use Roseville Drive for an example. When that big ugly building, which still stands, was going up in there, the Rugby Avenue neighborhood said, and Roseville, not in my neighborhood. It's still standing there, just like the building standing down on the mall. But anyway, I just want to say, please approve this plan so we can move on. Thank you for your hard work. And we should have more conversations about displacement and gentrifying at Black neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up is Annie Alston. Annie, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Annie Alston. I've lived in Charlottesville for almost 6 years as a renter, and I just wanted to provide a slightly different point of view from a few residents who have spoken tonight. I think that it's slightly presumptuous of the people who have said emphatically that no one wants to live next to an apartment complex. I've lived in apartment complexes and I've lived near apartment complexes, and I personally would be happy to own a home near a 12-plex in the future. There are people who work in Charlottesville but can't afford to live here currently, and so they may currently be in the surrounding counties and have to commute in. And I do suspect that a lot of them would want the opportunity to live in town, whether that's next to an apartment complex or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And Chair, there are no other hands raised.
I ask the public one time, anyone who wants to have say their piece, please now.
And we do have Chloe Estrada, who did speak prior, and a few other newcomers.
I'd like to prefer newcomers, please.
Okay, Chloe, if you wouldn't mind holding, we're going to go to John Hosak, followed by Kidder Bishop. John, you're on with the Planning Commission.
Last time I complained about how the FLUM changes every month. This time it's changed again. However, it's much more interesting this time. I believe there are 2 current council members and 2 council candidates. And since the time of the April draft until the current time, the 4 streets that these 4 individuals live on have shifted from medium density to general density. I'm inclined to believe that these individuals did not aggressively pressure the Planning Commission or RHI to shift the colours of the boxes on the FLUM. However, the appearance of this is absolutely appalling. Can I get coloured yellow instead of mustard? Yes, please. Further, to my knowledge, not a single PC member is negatively impacted by the FLUM design. I still believe that 50% of the impacted households are not aware of the FLUM process. Why haven't you physically mailed this proposal to every impacted householder? You're talking of converting R1 medium density housing to 4-story, 4 to 12 units, reduced setbacks, reduced off-street parking by right, and no meaningful notification. Makes no sense. You have the power to destroy but not to fix. I have a sense that some members of the council see how bad the FLUM is, especially medium density. Suppose you vote for this thing and then later figure out you made a mistake. Can you fix it? Not a chance. By that time, developers will have made their investments and you'll be up to your ears in lawsuits. Charlottesville alone. Other progressive cities have looked at eliminating single-family housing. The furthest any city has got is to allow splits and ADUs up to about 4 per plot. When a councillor asked at a prior meeting whether the consultants knew of another city proposing up to 12 per plot, the consultants answered no. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up is Kidder Bishop, followed by Molly Conger. Kidder, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my comments. So I'm broadly supportive of the aims of this plan, and I'd like to put in a kind of a thumbs up. I feel like the process has been responsive, at least to the comments that I have put in when I've participated in the process. So I can totally envision a really vibrant Charlottesville full of interesting infill development as a result of this kind of vision. I think there might be better ways to do that as the zoning process comes about. I mean, one of those that could help might be limiting the combining of lots. I'd also like to put in a word, and this is kind of the thing I really wanted to say, a word in for clarity and simplicity when the time comes to write the zoning ordinance. Please make sure that when you're writing the zoning, that it's clear and simple about what's by right. I'd prefer that most decisions are not left, as I've heard a couple people suggest, to special use permits and the discretion of neighborhood development services and the council. I really would appreciate, as a owner of a property or two in town and kind of excited by the possibilities that this offers, that things be really clear from the get-go. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next, we have Molly Conger, followed by Ann Tilney. Molly, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hey guys, I just wanted to push back a little bit against the callers who say that no one wants to live near an apartment building. I'm just baffled by that. I live down in the Hogwaller. I live across the street from an apartment building. I walk my dogs through the neighborhood, past the row houses by Reeves Park, past the mobile home down near Carlton, all different kinds of housing in this neighborhood. And it doesn't appear to be harming the people who do live in single family homes. I'm just really confused about the kind of harm these people believe that they will come to if they have to look at an apartment building. Is it the kind of people that would live in those buildings? Is it the building itself that they think will be ugly? Because their neighbor could make their single family home very ugly. They wouldn't be able to prevent that. I don't understand what these people think will happen to them. I love my neighborhood. They come down and see the Hogwaller. There's all kinds of houses down here and we are fine. That's all.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next is Ann Tilney, followed by Patricia Humphreys. And Ann, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for all your hard work that you're doing. I appreciate that. And I would just like to say that my concern about the affordable housing piece is that the people who are going to actually do this development are going to be people who do not necessarily live in our neighborhoods and are probably going to be shareholders of a REIT, a real estate investment trust. And they're the ones who are going to own these properties. And they're not going to be giving a darn about the community that they're actually buying these properties in. And I think that's just another piece that we ought to think about. And also, I would like to understand much more detail about if you change these neighborhoods into a higher density areas, how it's going to affect the traffic. And I mean details, how it's going to affect parking, how it's going to affect all of the infrastructure which is going to be required for these places to be changed. If you take the Rugby Avenue extended corner where it and Preston Avenue, or I'm not sure if it's considered Barracks Road there or Preston, but that very sharp corner, and you turn that into a multi dimensional area where you're going to have shops and multi unit housing. Where are you going to park? How are you going to do the utilities? How are you going to handle the traffic? That's already a nightmare of a corner. And I think there's got to be some more thoughts as to the details. And I think before anybody votes on anything, those details need to be in writing and at the forefront of.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
And next up is Patricia Humphreys, followed by Nancy Summers. Patricia, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2.
Hi, thank you for your time. I have a bit of a cold. I hope you can hear me. I wanted to just chime in about a couple of things. One is the statements that doing something along these lines will make the city more walkable and more hospitable to people without cars. I would argue that exactly the opposite is true. If everyone thinks that building apartment buildings and additional units throughout already crowded neighborhoods is going to result in less cars and not more cars, I think that's delusional. And I think that is climate change denialism. I think the reality you will find to be very different. I have spent some time driving around neighborhoods within the city recently, looking for neighborhoods that I consider walkable, and they do exist, but there are plenty of neighborhoods in the city that are not walkable, that don't have sidewalks, that only have parking on one side of the street or not at all on either side of the street. I think these are all things that that people need to think about. The other thing is infrastructure, the power grid, the sewer lines, the water lines, even Wi-Fi. Ting was supposed to hook up our neighborhood recently, and they had to quit because they said our infrastructure was too old. How are all of these additional units going to tie into the existing infrastructure that we have right now without major overhaul, which would take probably decades to do? I'm running out of time, but those are the questions that I have and the comments that I wanted to make tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next is Nancy Summers, followed by Abel Liu. Nancy, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi. The one thing that everyone seems to agree on is that the goal of our land use policy should be improving affordability. but neighborhood upzoning is perhaps the weakest and most indirect tool we have. I encourage the council to read a recent report by New York's Agency for Neighborhood and Housing Development, published in July. The report finds that what they call agency rezonings, that is site-specific rezoning of mostly city-owned land, has proved very effective at generating affordable units. Neighborhood upzonings have proven least effective. And I'm quoting, upzoning generates luxury units, the report concludes. In short, there's no trickle-down effect for market rate housing yielding affordability. I believe this applies most directly to the more intense upzoning of medium intensity. Now, Bernie Sanders has advocated the use of community land trusts to create affordable housing, and this has been very successful in Vermont. The city owns over 800 properties. Why not expand the community land trust program? This is a program that promotes home ownership, which is the best route to building intergenerational wealth and improving equity. Building market rate housing won't create affordable housing. Why not help those in need of affordable housing rather than inviting developers into the city to accomplish what you must know they cannot accomplish? You've tried it and it's failed. Affordability is not the name of the game for developers, but it is what everyone in this city hopes for. By the way, I love sidewalks. So if you want to build sidewalks, go for it.
Thank you. And next, please.
And next up, we have Abel, pardon if I mess up your name, Abel Liu, followed by Carmelita Wood. Abel, you're on with the Planning Commission. 2 minutes.
Hi, all. My name is Abel Liu. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a fourth year at UVA and the student body president. As a representative of the entire UVA student body and with the support of each undergraduate class council at UVA, all graduate student councils, our workers union, and a dozen of our most historically marginalized student organizations, I want to make our hopes for the comprehensive plan clear to both the commission, council, and residents of Charlottesville. First, I want to recognize that during our time at UVA, almost all students are guests in the city of Charlottesville, and we are lucky to call Charlottesville home for even a short while. Still, the vast majority of UVA students are tenants and have common interests with other renters in Charlottesville. I want to be clear, students do not want to displace Charlottesville residents, nor do we want to overburden new affordable housing developments. We do not want to continue to sprawl into your neighborhoods, nor do we want to create better housing conditions for students alone. We want to do exactly what the comprehensive plan draft suggests: increase on-grounds housing and the percentage of students living in Charlottesville neighborhoods that are traditionally student areas. Zoning cannot solve for all of those issues that UVA students have historically caused, but students believe that denser and more concentrated student housing in student-dominated areas can help address tenants' rights issues, affordable housing supply, and preserving the character of Charlottesville. Students endorse CLIC's strategic goals, and after meeting twice with Livable Charlottesville, we endorse their letter to the Planning Commission and suggestions. We especially endorse suggestion number 4, allow up to 8-story height developments in the JPA student corridor. Finally, we also understand that the university is a powerful and wealthy anchor institution in Charlottesville. As UVA owns over $1 billion in land in Charlottesville, but does not pay taxes on that land, we endorse establishing and/or expanding a payment in lieu of taxes program. Students believe that UVA should and can help to pay to create affordable housing programs and support the city beyond the university's 1,000 affordable housing unit commitment. Please know that Student Council will also organize and work to price any future on-grounds developments, especially the proposed second-year housing below Charlottesville market prices. We can and want to partner with the city to ensure that students utilize current and future on-grounds housing wherever possible. The UVA student body encourages you to pass the comprehensive plan, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And next, please.
Next is Carmelita Wood, followed by Robert Ramsey. Carmelita, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Please unmute. Let's circle back.
And next we have Robert Ramsey. Robert, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you all for your time this evening. When debating policy with his advisors, President John F. Kennedy would quote the British philosopher G.K. Chesterton, "Do not remove a fence until you know why it was put up in the first place." Modern day reformers often notice something, such as a fence, and fail to see the reason for its existence. However, before these reformers decide to remove the fence, they really ought to figure out why it was put up in the first place. If they do not do this, they are likely to do more harm than good with its removal. R1 zoning is Chesterton's fence. The city implemented R1 in 1991 because we saw that there was a problem with UVA student housing spilling out into resident neighborhoods and crowding out families. It seems that lesson has been forgotten in this current discussion. The economics of renting to wealthy UVA students can be attractive. Let's consider a fourplex with 4 units of 4 bedrooms. Students rent by the bedroom. There are kids who will pay $750 a month for a room, so that's $3,000 a month for a unit. That is hardly affordable housing for working families. But when you multiply that across 4 units, you're talking $12,000 a month in rent. That's definitely going to attract a lot of out-of-town developers who will throw up cheap, energy inefficient buildings because they will stick their renters with the utility bill. And let's not even get into medium intensity residential apartment buildings. R1 zoning has been Chesterton's fence. Now, I can see reasons to try to put up a different kind of fence, to refine R1 with something more flexible. But you can't do it until you figure out what the new fence looks like and put it up in the old one's place. You tear away the fence and leave nothing in its place, you won't get affordable housing for working families, but you will have invited student housing herd to stampede over our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
And next we have Kathy Galvin. Kathy, you're on with the Planning Commission. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you. Long night. Thanks for all the comments. I'm somewhat assured, but I'm still concerned. The future land use map still, in my mind, needs work, and it must do some things unequivocally. 1, address land value inflation on affordability as it equates taller buildings with greater density and sets no conditions that we've seen on affordable housing or built form that respects neighborhood scale on the map. 2, not underestimate the danger of not investing in multimodal street infrastructure ahead of the increased density. Improvements recommended in 2000 for West Main were not made ahead of the 2003 zoning, and today West Main is one of the most dangerous streets in the city. Ironically, the consultant that we now have was the consultant that did the zoning changes of West Main Street 5 years ago. Don't ignore the public's disdain for oversized hulking buildings that overshadow entire neighborhoods. Again, in 2016, West Main's building heights were held in check because of the huge public outcry against the flats and the standard, especially from Fifeville and 10th and Page. The same consultant again advised us then, now wants to recommend heights 1 to 3 stories taller than the 2003 zoning. Please articulate a rationale with measurable goals backed up by factual analysis that's consistently applied. The narrow streets without sidewalks all over the map are targeted for 12 times more density, while wider streets that could accommodate more sidewalks are not. Areas that are going to get 12 times more density already have high net block densities. Those that have low net block densities don't. Don't short shrift the work of other residents from previous planning efforts. In 2017, the SIA's code called for transition between high and low development areas and on-site affordable housing in exchange for heights above 3 stories. Instead, this FLUM calls for 5 to 10 stories across most of the SIA, which is taller than existing zoning with no conditions for affordable housing. Do the Friendship Court residents even know that their 3 to 4 story buildings, according to this FLUM, would not be compliant?
Thank you very much. Next, please.
And Chair, I see no more hands raised.
I believe we are ready to move into deliberations. Thanks to all who spoke. I've had 2 requests for response. I'd like first to go to Councilor Snook.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to comment on something that 2 of the commenters referred to. And that is the fact that my house got moved from general from the medium intensity to general residential. I actually got somebody on my neighborhood listserv accusing me, in essence, of having corruptly gotten this to have happened. And then I pointed out that, in fact, if I was really corrupt about it, I would not have done it this way, because what in fact has happened here is that I am now, if this plan goes through, I am surrounded by places that could have 12-unit apartments. That makes no sense. Certainly, I don't know how it is that it happened that I got changed in that way, but I can assure you that it was not anything underhanded. I didn't even know it had happened, and I certainly didn't ask for it. So there are a lot of suggestions floating around out. I also say, somebody else said that all counselors are in that situation. That is not factually true. So there are a lot of accusations that are floating around here. And aside from the fact that they are directed at me, I can deal with that, but they're also directed at a lot of other people, and they've gotten very personal on both sides, in many instances in ways that are not factually accurate. So A, what you're saying about me isn't true. B, what you're saying about other city councilors isn't true. C, it sure as heck doesn't help the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And apologies, I formally closed the public comment. Thank you all. Mr. Habab, you also requested a response. Would you like to go into that, please?
I think I just wanted to, it was a discussion from earlier when we were addressing our points. Do you want to go into that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. I guess I was more addressing comments from Councillor Snook and Councillor Hill in our previous session. And I was hoping this would be more of a discussion between us to just talk about these issues. The first, I guess I'll start with Councillor Snook, your comments on the medium intensity and suggestion of perhaps removing that and coming back to it later. I just wanted to reiterate what the NDS director said about how would they analyze the future land use map and where that should go if it doesn't exist somewhere as a starting point. I think we need that medium intensity to provide the missing middle, along with the general residential, and that there's setbacks, step backs, and neighborhood scale language that will help mesh those into the context of the neighborhoods that are there now. And I understand we're asking people to have faith in that it'll work out in the zoning rewrite, but we're also asking everybody who's, I mean, this could be a bad point, but we're also asking everybody to have faith in the affordable housing portion too, since we just have the language as kind of a high scale language. We don't have the feasibility study yet, so we don't know exactly what will be there. So we're kind of asking that on all sides, and I just trust that will solve itself in the zoning rewrite when it's adequate to analyze the lot by lot, analyze the map on a lot by lot basis. The future land use map is just a high level kind of wide paintbrush to planning. I don't know if you wanted to talk about it or how we wanted to have this conversation.
And the only thing I would say, because you mentioned my name too, is what I was saying earlier, that I just think that there's an opportunity. I understand the value in showing it somewhere as a starting point. I do see that there's also value in acknowledging that this is not final in a formal way, because I think it is creating a lot of divisiveness. That's all. I understand where you're coming from. I just think that we need to be clear.
I completely agree. What I was gonna say to your point was that, acknowledging that it's a living document, even if it is adopted, it is not adopted as a final be all say all. It is something that will be revised during the zoning rewrite process.
I have Ms. Russell and then Mr. Mitchell.
I'll wait till the next go around. Thanks.
I've been compiling what I've heard are some
revisions and we can go through them. I don't know if Mr. Mitchell, you want to add something general before we sort of dive into the
I think I'd like to go back to my original recommendation because I do not want us to go down a rabbit hole. We're at the point of our meeting where we're starting to deliberate and work on a recommendation to council. And I think so that we can structure our conversation so that we're not here until 3 o'clock. I think that the recommendation the chair, Sully Yates, recommended that you make, the motion you make, would be in order now so that we can begin structuring our conversation around the motion you make.
So I'm not exactly sure I understand, because I understand what you're getting at, but shouldn't we queue up the revisions and then circle back to a motion that rolls them in?
Well, the motion that I recommended you make, or somebody make, was that we recommend approval of the consultant's recommendation with the deliberated amendments. So once the motion is made, then we can deliberate the amendments. If we don't do that, then we're going to be going in circular fashion all night long.
I would entertain such a motion.
So I'll make the motion. Is it? And I'm asking for a second so that we can begin deliberation. We can't begin deliberations until we have that motion.
Do I hear a second?
I will second that motion.
What was the motion? I didn't even hear it.
The motion, as I understood it, is to approve the comprehensive plan or recommend approval of the comprehensive plan with the amendments to follow.
Amendments that we're going to deliberate. And there are at least 14 we know that Rory's got, and you probably have 3 or 4, Ms. Russell. And I think Mr. Aviv's got 2, and Jody's got a couple as well. But we got to get something on the table to deliberate. We have nothing to deliberate yet.
Okay.
Got to have something to amend.
Yeah, right. Something to amend. Thank you.
I would be interested in hearing such an amendment.
So we have to. Okay. Yes. So now the opportunity is to make the amendments that Ms. Russell was speaking to.
Okay. So with that, the first revision I would propose would be to the land use chapter, and that is to add the following sub-strategy to strategy 1.2 following bullet 2. And that is to require that zoning changes preserve and enhance historic and cultural resources. In particular, require that developments of historic properties within historic preservation, architectural design control districts, historic conservation districts, or individually protected properties maintain the National Register's contributing resource designation. I can also put that text into the chat if it's helpful.
But I think that's reasonable, and I would second that motion, that amendment. I accept the amendment to my motion. Yes, I think it's reasonable.
Can I get some just a straw poll on this? Thumbs up, thumbs down from commissioners on this concept?
Can you send it in the chat so I can
send it?
Doing that now.
Tell us what page it's on. Is it 32?
This would be in the land use chapter 1.2. So.
Oh, so 30 to 31.
Yeah.
That's the amendment. That's the amendment that I put in the chat earlier today.
That's correct. That's Mr. Alejandro.
Can I ask questions about it?
Please.
No, please.
So I guess you know more than me about to what degree we can make changes before it's not a contributing resource. And my only concern would be if we overlay that with the future land use map, how are we limiting the build out of our future land use map as we have conceived it? If we have to maintain the historic designation on these historic buildings where they can't be possibly modified, when we do have the architecture review board that reviews all these applications to these areas for context and scale to these neighborhoods.
So I can help explain, Mr. Helbop, that in any historic district, any architectural design controlled historic district and conservation district, there are contributing members to the district and there are non-contributing, and these are listed in the National Register nomination forms, as well as then surveys backing them up that indicate what the physical characteristics are that make them contributing. With any of the contributing members to a historic district, you're still allowed to do additions, to do adaptive reuse, to do accessory dwelling units. You can still add housing, affordable housing or otherwise, to any of those contributing members if it's done in such a way that it does not destroy the contributing portions of that building. They're also within any historic district, 10 to 30 to 40% in some places that are non-contributing. And certainly on those sites, then the buildings can be replaced with other buildings that provide housing or an affordable housing. So I'm not suggesting that the future land use map that recommends upzoning in some of the historic districts be changed. I'm just providing a way for preserving, I'm suggesting a way for preserving the contributing members to that historic district so that they don't get destroyed. Upzoning these areas puts a lot of pressure on those buildings. So it's still allowing housing to be constructed in appropriate ways while preserving our historic resources. Does that help?
Mr. Stoltenberg?
Yeah, I think that's really helpful. Sorry, Commissioner Bob, you okay. I think it's a good idea overall. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially that very much allays my fears that it would prohibit change. And certainly I've seen a lot of, weird additions on historic buildings in the city that explains how it makes sense. I would just a word of caution. Maybe this is just from my software background and reading standards, but the verb require is the very strongest word that we use in this plan, I think. And it effectively means, to me, I think that there's never an exception. And if I'm hearing that historic districts sometimes are up to 90% contributing, with the caveat that, of course, you can add to those buildings, like, are there, and this is probably a question for the people doing historic preservation, are there scenarios where you would have a contributing resource that might be in bad shape or for whatever reason, like, may need to be modified in a way that makes it non-contributing? And should we change it maybe to something like strongly discourage?
To my mind, it needs to be required. And I'm suggesting it in this location because it follows right behind the bullet point that says require that zoning changes preserve and enhance natural resources and sensitive environmental areas. I do not think that preserving and enhancing our cultural resources are any less important than our natural resources. So I feel like it's an appropriate place and an appropriate designation required.
Mr. Mitchell?
I want to back up just a bit to get us back on track because I may have gotten us off track. And Ms. Creasy has asked me to revise the original motion so that she can keep track of it. And the motion is that I move to approve the resolution recommending the approval of an updated amended comprehensive plan as presented with the following changes. So that was the motion, and I think it was second, but I'm clarifying the motion. And now we're working on the changes. Forgive me, because I probably didn't word that artfully. Ms. Creasy has put that in the chat. Ms. Creasy, is that what you were looking for? You can nod.
We're just trying to get clarifying language, and then we're following along in the discussion and trying to keep good notes so we make sure we get the ending where you all need to be.
Sorry to interrupt you guys because you guys are on the right track. I didn't do an artful motion, but Ms. Creasy has helped me present it in artful motion. Sorry.
Thank you, Bill. I feel much better now.
Good, glad you do.
So I would be interested in hearing our consultant's response to this recommended change.
I had to turn off my air conditioning. Yeah, as I stated previously, we would support this. This is sort of the intent going into it, so it makes sense to do that. And as Mr. Alejandro noted, within these districts, there is still plenty of ways that we can support greater intensity of uses, and I think that goes for existing other properties that aren't in historic districts within this. You know, there's a wide variety of ways that we can look to support this neighborhood form that we're talking about and still provide greater intensity of uses.
Mr. Abab?
That makes sense. I think Ms. Robertson had some comments in the chat. I don't know if you wanted to.
Ms. Robertson, would you like to share that?
Yeah, good evening. I just wanted to point out that just for the general public, because I know Mr. Alejandro and Ms. Russell know these things, but for the general public, considering Ms. Russell's request, people sometimes get confused about whether being on the natural register or being designated at that level actually results in local restrictions on your property, and it does not. So as I think Mr. Alejandro explained very well, when the city wants to undertake protection of the resources within a national register district, it conducts surveys and then decides for itself which resources or which properties are contributing structures. And then it designates those within the BAR guideline documents. And once those are designated, those contributing structures are the ones that are the most strongly protected under the zoning ordinance. So I just wanted to make clear to the general public that when we're saying that we want to require that development of historic properties maintain the National Register's contributing resource designation. I just want everybody to understand that that actually is referring to a designation that we've translated into a local protection through our BAR districts.
Thank you. Additional commentary on this concept or questions?
Isn't the BAR doing this now? Or isn't that the purview of the BAR to?
No, yes, the BAR is doing it now, but as I've pointed out before, having a contributing member of a historic district destroyed is simply a matter of time. The BAR can turn it down. It then gets appealed to city council. City council can turn it down. Then the property owner has to put it out for selling, offer it to sell for the price they bought it for. So a developer who has bought a historic property within an ADC district is buying it for the potential of putting in additional units. So they're paying a lot for the property. It's highest and best use, it's called. And whoever buys it has to agree to just preserve it and restore the property. So that makes it a very high bar for a for someone else to purchase this property within the allotted time, which is 3 months to a year, depending upon the cost of the property, and very unlikely that someone would purchase it for that higher amount and then agree to restore it and preserve it. So that's what I'm worried about. By adding the additional pressure on properties within historic districts, We do not have, and it's a state legislated requirement, so it's not something that the city can change. But we do not have the controls to keep that property, to make sure that property is not destroyed.
Mr. Mitchell?
So, Chair, so Yates and Ms. Creasy, how do you, I mean, just so that when I hear you at 3 o'clock, how do you want to manage the amendments? Do you want, Mr. Chair, do you want to vote on every amendment, or do you?
So my thinking currently is if an amendment passes the straw poll, I don't think a vote on that amendment is necessary. Happy to entertain conversation. Mr. Stolzenberg is giving me a face.
I think it's a great idea. I'm with you, Mr. Chair, but.
Happy to entertain concerns about that. Mr. Stolzenberg.
I guess I don't know what a straw poll is then, other than a vote. Maybe we can do vote by acclamation, and then any.
May I recommend, Mr. Chair, then maybe you have Ms. Creasy poll the board on every amendment.
I can accept that. That being the case, unless there's further discussion, I would like to poll the board on this item. Ms. Creasy.
All right, I don't have my order in front of me, so sorry about that. I will just go based on my screen, okay?
Perfect.
Mr. Habab?
Yes. Aye.
Okay, Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Lahindro?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
And Mr. Solo Yates?
Aye. I believe that will proceed. I would be very interested in other amendment concepts.
Okay, I have a second, and this was introduced by Commissioner Habab. This is a revision to the land use category description of sensitive area, as stated in the table on page 2 in the comprehensive plan, and I'm sure it appears elsewhere, but that the concept is generally to add a provision to consider allowing additional units and height under an affordability bonus program or other zoning mechanism. In short, to allow the flexibility of considering a affordability bonus. Is that your intent, Kareem?
Yes.
Liz, I have a quick question for you. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit, please? Like, is this referring to where the affordability bonus is if you have the additional units, then like the first one needs to be the affordable unit, or y'all letting it go to the fourth one be the affordable unit, or does that not have anything to do with this amendment? Can you just elaborate a little bit more for me so I'm not only myself, but everyone is clear on what we're discussing?
Take a
We're
stab
talking
at
sensitive zones, right? Just sensitive zones, right? Is that correct?
right. And in that table, you'll note that in the general residential category, we specifically reference a bonus program above and beyond the 4-unit base. That's absent in the description for sensitive areas, which has a more constrained base zoning. 1 per lot, allow up to 3 units if the first unit meets affordability requirement, allow a 4th unit if the existing structure is maintained and at least 1 affordable unit is provided. Okay, that's there. But then, on top of that, just adding the text to consider a bonus, affordability bonus on top of what we've already just described adds flexibility. As we move to the zoning rewrite is the way I understand that.
Additional
and
questions
I'm trying to give you a hard time. I'm just trying to make sure that we're completely on the same page. So what would that affordability bonus be? What does that look like? Because I guess I was thinking that the additional units is where that affordability bonus came in at. So there's something on top of that?
Mr. Bob.
Yeah, I can, I guess to reiterate, so most of all of the designations that we have right now on the future land use map have the affordability bonus to be explored in the zoning rewrite process on how affordable and how many units and when that kicks in. Except the sensitive area, the general residential sensitive communities, right now, the maximum anybody could build on these lots is the 4 units, with the first one being affordable. It lacks that language to allow somebody to build more than 4 units if we say a certain percentage of them have to be affordable. For example, if in this made up example, a nonprofit buys a piece of property in the sensitive communities or owns one, and they want to develop more than 4 units, they can't do it right now with the language that we have. So it just gives that ability to do that bonus and have the affordability bonus, basically, to have that in there. I hope that explains it.
Additional discussion? Mr. Stolzenberg?
Yeah, so I think this is coming from the original overlay concept where you could get up to 12, and the difference between sensitive and general, besides the base zoning in general or in sensitive being 1, and you get up to 4 from that, was from the 5 to 12 step, it's like a much stricter affordability requirement than in general. And I think we're preserving that in this suggestion here, but only implicitly. So I'm wondering if we want to add some wording, saying that we're talking about strict affordability requirements or potentially even, all of the incremental units being affordable, because what we're thinking of is explicitly, an affordable housing provider wanting to build an 8-plex, which I think we've heard in, the Cherry Avenue outreach and from Click that, people would be amenable to that as long as it's affordable, heavily affordable.
Yeah, that's the intent. So thank you for Commissioner Stolzenberg. Yeah, it would be a completely different track, at least the way I was thinking about it, than the general residential affordability bonus. It would be its own that is geared towards affordability.
Could that be put into words briefly?
Let's see. I've not
And
done
so
that
I will
before.
also, I'm sorry. No, I've heard Lyle say, can that be put into words? So I was just, my request would be is that while we're wording it, that we use that strict affordability, because especially if we're talking about sensitive areas, we also are then going back into that increased density in the areas that we're trying to protect. So I think the strict affordability is definitely that wording needs to be in the language.
Oh, I'm kind of wondering if maybe Rory has some words, since he supplemented Mr. Bob's ideas. You have words?
All right, yeah, I got words. Do you want me to type them or to say them, or both?
All of the above.
All right, consider allowing additional units and height with a strict affordability under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism. Does that make sense? Consider allowing additional units and height with strict affordability under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism. Or should I say stricter affordability than non-sensitive areas, something like that? What do you guys think?
I have one more question. Sorry, guys, but I feel like we're going to do is let's get it right. And when we are talking about strict affordability, can you define what strict affordability is? Is it 80% AMI? Are we going to put a number on that? Is it, or are we just saying flat out strict affordability and letting the details come out in the rezone?
I think
I was thinking details later, but when I was thinking strict, I meant like high proportion of units. And I guess I kind of assumed that we were talking at least 60% AMI and lower. I say strict and deep affordability.
Well, here's my thing. We have the assumption of what we think we're talking about, but at this day and age, with the state of our city, we cannot assume anything. We cannot assume that people are going to say that this is what they implied and this is what they meant. If it is not in black and white and in writing, then we cannot assume that it's going to be held. So for me personally, Roy, if you or someone else, if you could come up with that verbiage that maybe it doesn't have to be as detailed as exactly what the AMI for that affordability is, but it definitely should have something pertaining or relating to that, because we can't go off assumptions.
All right, I got a new wording. Consider allowing additional units and height under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism with greater and deeper affordability than non-sensitive areas. Should probably be in non-sensitive areas, but
Is it considered or just allowing? Because considered means that maybe you can, maybe you cannot. Allowing sounds like that's something that can happen.
I don't think that we know yet whether it should be considered. That's I think the point. Is like it's not even there at all in the sensitive areas. So at this point, maybe it is just that we're considering it.
And
Just a
also,
question.
it doesn't say consider in the equivalent one in non-sensitive.
It says allow, right?
Which
I think we could, I mean, in my opinion, we can change it to allow, and then we can figure out the number in that bonus program, since it's running on a different track than the general residential. We can say it can only go up to like 2 more and they all have to be affordable, or however we come up with it later. I think Mr. Frias, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Fries, I was just gonna note that when we say consider, what we mean is that the planning board and the city council would be the ones doing the considering at the time that you're moving forward with adoption of the zoning. So I just want to be clear on who was doing what. And then the other thing I'd say is I'd actually encourage you to keep the word consider at this stage in time, because the next step that we're going into, this inclusionary zoning analysis step, is where we're really going to dig into, and I'm sure somebody else here could speak to this better, but there was a slide in the presentation that talked about this. We're going to be digging into what does it cost to build right now in Charlottesville? We're going to dig into the market conditions so that we can understand what's the level of affordability that actually results in units being built, rather than inclusionary zoning being used as a tool to chill the housing market. And so one conclusion that may come out of that analysis is that we don't do additional affordability here beyond what's already been proposed, because that would lead to nothing happening. Does that make sense? So I guess I'm just encouraging in this context that you keep the word consider, allow the analysis to happen, and then make a decision based on what the conclusions are of that work.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Yeah, so to push back on that a little bit, I think the intent here, whereas in other areas we want the bonus to pencil and to work and to make things happen.
Okay.
The largest intent here is to allow effectively, 100% affordable or a very high percentage affordable to be done by nonprofits with other, funding mechanisms, and not necessarily because otherwise it's prohibited entirely to build an affordable eightplex. As distinct from what I think we consider of the zoning mechanism elsewhere. And maybe this is really covered by the talk of an affordable housing overlay elsewhere. At least that was my impression of it, is that it's intended to enable nonprofit work more than necessarily market rate with bonus work.
Okay, so I understand that. All right.
Do we have additional questions or comments on this proposal? Ms. Creasy, could you please call a vote?
What's our wording?
Oh, no.
We've got 4 sets of wording at least.
Mr. Habab, can you pick some wording, please?
I guess I want to ask where we're leaning generally as a group to consider, or just allow straight out. I don't know how to.
Can I get
the hands real quick?
I think we ought to go with the recommendation from staff, which is I think they were leaning towards consider. I mean, they're the professionals, they know how to do this.
Would you consider, Mr. Bob?
I'd prefer it be allowed, because that's what we want to do. But I would suggest.
That is the language that I'm hearing.
I think that makes sense, because you can consider whether we want to, have a bonus program that enables markets to work, but we regardless should allow 100% affordable, no matter what. That's the minimum.
Ms. Creasy?
All right, Mr. Habab.
Aye.
Sorry, we still don't have the wording for the rest of it, though. That's just the first 2 words.
Do we not?
I thought that you all were going with the allow additional units and height under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism with greater and deeper affordability than in non-sensitive areas. I did see that Ms. Russell noted another wording, but that didn't have allow, so.
The one thing about that is the greater and deeper affordability than in non-sensitive areas. Do we want to keep that, or the other option was to have them all be affordable? Does that make sense? Because I feel like in the bonus for the non-sensitive, it's going to have some market rate and some affordability.
All right, I got some wording.
I also have a proposed motion to address the general residential, so let's not try to do it all. Look, if that's helpful.
All right, allow additional units and height for 100% affordable housing and consider an affordability bonus program or other zoning mechanism. Does that cover both things?
Mr. Above, this is your motion.
It does, and I'm assuming it leaves the door open to figure out what the level of affordability is later on. And if
No,
so,
it
then-
says it's 100%. This has gone the whole other direction of being there.
Well, level of AMI, I think would
Yeah.
change, but maybe not.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, and then you can consider it for not quite all affordable housing type developments, like market development.
That works with me unless somebody else has any comments on it.
I'm uncomfortable with this. It feels like we're doing what should be done during the zoning ordinance rewrite.
I think that was why the consider was initially recommended by James, was to sort of leave the door open.
I'm fine with consider. It's
and frankly, to that end, I was going to vote against it because I thought that staff recommended consider. I thought staff recommendation should be deferred to in this case.
Well, we don't have consider anywhere else in any of the other designations.
So I would argue this still leaves almost all of the details to the zoning rewrite, the level of affordability for the entirely affordable housing ones, and then whether there even is a bonus program, and then the level and percentage of affordability in those bonus programs. So I think it is pretty big in comp plan level, but does staff disagree?
I think putting in the 100% affordable housing, that could be defined different ways by different people and usually is. And so that could get tricky.
Yeah, well, sorry to drag this back and forth. Would it be more comfortable with the earlier definition of the greater and deeper affordability than in non-sensitive areas? We can do that, and that could allow for us to more room to figure out later in the zoning rewrite.
Does that consider allowing additional units in height under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism with greater and deeper affordability than non-sensitive areas? I'm seeing some nods.
Mr. Above, you accept that language?
Yes.
Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Habab.
Aye.
Ms. Dowell.
Aye.
Ms. Russell.
Aye.
Mr. Lahindro.
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates.
Aye. I believe that one passes. I would be open to other concepts to discuss.
I want to stick to the land use category page, and this is an addition, a slight addition to the land use category description of general residential. Sort of along the same vein, this is the concept. I think what I'm trying to ensure here is that, and let me just tell you what the sentence is I'd like to add, which is that zoning ordinances will consider affordability requirements and demolition disincentives as feasible. And that would just be sort of tacked on to the existing use and affordability, box. And I'll go ahead and I'll put that into the chat. Just give me a second. So the only new sentence here is, I believe, I've kept everything else, but zoning ordinances will consider affordability requirements and demolition disincentives as feasible. Just to kind of really drive home the point moving forward. And then we can have more discussion in the future about, is it the 4th unit? Is it the 5th unit? Is it a 2nd unit? So any thoughts on that?
Is that pasted in the chat?
I don't see it in the chat.
Oh, shoot. You know what? I just sent it to Kareem. I'll send it. I'm sorry. It's like whoever texted you last. There it is. This would come after allow up to a 4-unit dwelling if the existing structure is maintained.
I'm sorry, which strategy, Ms. Russell?
This is this is in the page that the land use category descriptions. Specific,
I'm sorry. Okay.
General residential.
Cool. Okay.
And I still don't see it in the chat.
It's in there.
It starts out with revised too.
Now I do. Thank you.
It's the last 2 sentences.
It's just the second to last sentence. Zoning ordinance.
How does this differ from, for example, the sub-strategy under 1.4 that says investigate the feasibility of requiring affordable units for smaller multifamily development or redevelopment, such as through the 1st or 2nd new unit, or there's a bunch of demolition disincentive stuff elsewhere.
Sure. Well, it's just putting more detail into that particular land use category and not letting it get embedded into a sub-strategy.
And this would only be in general non-sensitive?
Yes. Although I think it could be something that transcends all categories. Where this evolved from was a conversation yesterday around, should we try to at this point stipulate affordability and really try to drill in on that inclusionary zoning at this point in time? And I think the answer we came to was no, we're not there yet. But I hope the intent of this is that there is a future inclusionary zoning that's going to deepen affordability requirements.
I'd be interested from hearing from staff on this, if there's any issues with this.
We don't have any concerns with this. I think the point is to reiterate the comment. Yes, it appears in a couple other locations, but it reiterates it in a prominent location graphically in the plan. So no concern from our part.
Ms. Cook?
Can I ask one question? I just wanted, I agree with Director Fries on that. We were fine with this language. I just want to make sure if this specific language just inserted into one category, whereas it does, Commissioner Stoltenberg pointed out sort of where we've got the more general statements. And I appreciate what you're trying to do, Commissioner Russell, getting it closer to this, but it may be better to apply it more broadly to make it more clear. We're not only saying that general residential. That would just be my only suggestion.
Does it apply in the medium intensity residential?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is to look at that more broadly in the zoning ordinance and see what is feasible. So I think the statement that you've proposed, zoning ordinances will consider affordability requirements and demolition disincentives as feasible. I think that would be supported.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
What if we put it in that like second bar that goes all the way across and the subheader for residential? It already says zoning rules will regulate affordability and maximum allowable development. And we could add a, and provide demolition disincentives as feasible.
As feasible.
That works.
Can I get that language spoken and written?
So
Is that on me or Commissioner Ross?
I can do
Ms. Russell.
that. Where am I? Revise header to, okay, let me. What do we call this thing? Table 2 residential.
I'm getting a little fuzzy in the brain. Would we like a 5-minute bio break?
Can we land this? Let's land this. And then
Seems reasonable. Thank you very much.
How's that? Revise table 2 residential header to add zoning ordinances will consider affordability requirements and demolition disincentives as feasible.
So now I think it's getting a little redundant since it already has the thing about regulate affordability in the previous sentence.
You wouldn't
Maybe give it a shot.
maybe just take the demolition disincentives?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I would recommend that we, redundancy is not a bad thing. Conflicting is a bad thing. Redundancy can be cleaned up by the consultants. That's what we're paying them $1 million to do. So I wouldn't sweat, the details when it's redundant. They can clean that up. Only when it's conflicting there, I would sweat that. My humble opinion.
There you go. You got it.
Does that work, you guys?
I believe we have a motion. Any further discussion on this?
Maybe we should read it aloud, I guess. We'll change it to the zoning tools will regulate affordability and maximum allowable development for all categories and consider demolition disincentives as feasible.
To clarify, the table 2 residential header.
Second.
Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Creasy is muted, so why don't you call the roll?
I'm here. I got it. Sorry. Mr. Habab,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Ms. Russell,
Aye.
Mr. Alejandro,
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
Hey.
and Mr. Soli Yates.
Aye. I would suggest a 5-minute bio break and then return to consider more concepts. Does it seem fair? I'm seeing head nodding. See you in 5. Thank you.
Track these as we go. We're almost there, Hosea. Home stretch.
We're doing great.
I just have one more and then race.
And I believe we are back in session. How are we doing? Looking for faces. I see happy faces. It's 10:30 p.m. Strong.
I'm sleepy. I just had a quick question because I'm like burnt out, but not saying that I'm not committed to us getting this done tonight because it's definitely important. I was just curious as to about roughly how many more amendments do we have, or is it like a lot? I'm just trying to
I have one more on deck, Tania, and it's the sensitive areas and your comment about the area delineation. And then we have a block of amendments to the future land use map presented by Commissioner Stolzenberg. And we might have to, and those are, maybe something we need to look at visually to go through them all. I don't have more that I've been tracking, and I can't speak to whether other people have things they want to add.
Thank you, yeah, Liz. I know me and you have spoken in chat about putting some language together about that. I mean, which is fine. And like I said, I'm gonna stick it out through the duration, but it is getting quite late. Thank you.
Ms. Creasy, speaking of getting late, I have a question from a member of City Council about whether we need council to maintain a quorum as we deliberate. Can you help me on that one?
Yes, they do not have to remain. They were here for the public hearing portion, though this item will come forward to them for public hearing as well in the future. So, but no, they do not have to remain for the deliberation necessarily.
You are free, but you are most welcome.
And just a reminder that I emailed the amendments to the map that I'm going to propose to all of you, so you have the visuals. But it would be really helpful if I could share the screen because it's a lot harder to describe maps with words.
When we get there, we'll talk about it for sure. That seems reasonable at this time. 10:30 p.m. Lyle thinks it makes sense. Ms. Russell, can you please proceed?
Yes, I'm happy to introduce a recommended change that came from Commissioner Dowell to I'm on page 25 of the comprehensive plan that overlays the rationale and the methodology behind the sensitive areas. And the note here is that we should consider, and I may say I agree, the change would be to continue to define and revise the sensitive areas beyond census block data and evaluate other metrics to be considered. And so maybe I need to revise the actual text of that, but I'm just noting that this would also require revisions to the description area, the description of sensitive areas on page 25, and will result in changes to the delineated areas on the future land use map.
Ms. Dowell, do you agree with this wording in the sort of first chunk there?
Yeah, the first chunk.
Yeah.
For, additional
definitely covers the bases. Now, if that's the exact wording that we need to use, I'm not the linguist here, but that is definitely the goal of what I would like to see moving forward.
Additional questions and comments on this topic? Do I see a second?
Second.
Any additional comment before we vote?
I just wonder if we should specify, finer grained and metrics, I think, is giving me a little bit of pause because we don't have a lot of great objective data from, say, the census below the census block group level. And it might be the sort of thing where, local knowledge might come into play. I mean, maybe we have some city data that would be probably useful, things like, average assessments on a block.
Is means a better word than metrics?
Yeah, or metrics and means.
This is also one of those examples while we're figuring out the proper language where and no shade to the consultants whatsoever, but just in general with this city, that if we were more in tune with actual residents of the city, then we wouldn't have to worry about whether we're using means or metrics, because we would have already known that those areas should have been included in the sensitive delineation.
What are we doing?
I guess is what I'm looking for.
Are we doing means and metrics, or what are we doing?
I have proposed means and metrics. Recommend that sensitive area delineation should continue to be defined, and additional means and metrics beyond census block data need to be considered.
Ms. Dell, do you support that? I didn't hear you. Can you say that again, please?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Any additional conversation on this topic? Ms. Creasy, could you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Havath,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Ms. Russell,
Aye.
Mr. Lahindra,
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
and Mr. Sully Yates.
Yes. I believe that passes. I would be interested in additional topics.
The final list of changes that I have been tracking in my capacity as vice chair are amendments to the future land map as described in future land use map amendments A through K provided by Commissioner Stolzenberg. And I would invite said commissioner to present those.
At this time, with consent, I would love the permission to share my screen.
Ms. Rice, could you make that happen?
And as we do that, I'd love to get the sense from you all. Would you like me to quickly run through them all? Would you like to go through them one by one? I really think some of them are very uncontroversial, I hope.
Should be good.
And I'd like to, keep this pretty quick. Have you all had the chance to take a glance at them? Not yet. Okay. All right. So the general goal behind these is I've been kind of going through the comprehensive plan or the future land use map at a finer grain level with an eye towards maximizing the use of vacant properties. As many public commenters have suggested, I think nobody really has really disagreed with the idea of maximally utilizing our vacant properties in order to reduce the pressure on existing built out areas and more effectively build quickly. In my opinion, I think the best approach is a yes and where we maximize our housing all over the city. So these are a variety of those, some places where the built reality doesn't match what's in the future land use map, and what was the last one? Places that are inconsistent with current zoning that don't have a clear justification for change. So a couple minor tweaks there. So the first one, and these are kind of in order probably of how substantive they are. So the first one will be Wright Scrapyard to the east of downtown, just past City Walk. This is a very large gray field site that may require some remediation. It is significantly below grade. It is quite large, and I am suggesting to best use the site that at least the areas far away from the residential on Burgess Lane be increased from the 4-story neighborhood mixed use node, which really barely gets above the grade along Mead Avenue. And I would like to go to urban mixed use node in that area. So I would, let's get a second and then any discussion or thoughts.
Do I hear a second?
The only question I've got is, are we getting down into the weeds? Are we doing the job of Missy and team here? I'm just asking, and I'd like maybe Mr. Freeze to chime in, because this is pretty weedy. This is not strategic. This is like tactical.
Mr. Freeze, can you help us with this?
Well, what I'd say at this point is how deeply you all want to get into making changes to the land use map at this point is up to you. What I can say is that for each of these, and we thank Mr. Stolzenberg for providing these in advance, for each of these, there are comments that have been generated by our consultant team and staff that we would be happy to share as you guys go through deliberations.
Please, yes.
So maybe feedback on each of these would be of value. I just don't want to do your job because you guys are the experts, not us.
But again, my statement is it's up to you how deeply you guys want to go into making amendments at this point in time. That's your call, but we're happy to provide comments as you like.
Broadly,
and perhaps I'd suggest first, if you get the second, and then move into deliberation, and then we're happy to provide comments at that point.
Thank you. Is there a second on this item? A.
If I may, I would like to hear, I would base my opinion on what I would hear from the consultants and the.
I would rather not even make a motion until we get some feedback from you guys.
I'm just curious, not that I don't think that this is important, because I think he does come up with great ideas, but didn't we just say earlier that this was the zoning issues that we weren't rewriting and going into details tonight?
So I think, the zoning is going to have to conform with what we have on the future land use map. And I guess we could change it later, but, from what I've seen broadly, zoning or what's on the future land use map is kind of the upper limit of what we're going to do in zoning. And so if we have, sites that are underutilized at the future land use level, they'll continue to be underutilized at the zoning level and perhaps further.
So is there a way that we can vote on this block of Roy's recommendations and ask the consultants to study them and provide us with a response?
I would be happy
instead of adopting it right now.
Jody, I would be happy to ask to make these recommendations and get feedback from the consultants and staff. Yes, as opposed to making this a part of the plum today.
Yes.
I'd second that.
I believe we have a seconded motion.
Oh, it was a second to Jody's motion, not to the original motion.
But
to Jody's,
Jody's motion is the only motion on the table right now. So yeah, Jody's just got the motion.
Please state that motion again.
My motion is to recommend these. My motion is to ask our consultants and staff to study these specific recommendations and provide us with responses as to whether or not they are appropriate to be included in the FLUM.
And I would second, Tania has already seconded.
Indeed. Discussion on this topic. Mr. Stolzenberg, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I would remind you all that we are recommending the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map, to council tonight. I believe staff has taken a look at these already, and I think they already have thoughts. If we're going to make any changes, my understanding is those happen tonight or potentially after the zoning process when we revisit this all, or council could make changes or amendments to what we recommend to them.
Mr. Fries, can you help me with the process here?
Well, yes, that was my question. If we were responding at a later date to the Planning Commission, it would be presumably, if there's going to be a vote tonight and there is a motion already on the table to vote on this plan, I guess my question is, would it not just make sense for us to provide our feedback tonight?
I would tend to agree.
I'm looking at faces. Can I get thumbs up if you want to hear feedback tonight? I see.
We promise to be concise.
I think I've got 4 thumbs up on hearing tonight. That concise thing I like very much. Can we please, I suppose the best way is item by item. Can we hear on those concisely, item by item, A through K?
Sure. Ms. Koch and Mr. Sessoms, I believe you guys are
Yep.
got the floor.
Yes, thank you. Ron, would you like to speak to this? Sorry, you're muted, bud.
Yes. So we did take a look at this area. We think that there is some potential because, as it was pointed out, there is significant grade change from Market Street down towards the railroad, and we can tuck some of that height closer to the railroad. Our recommendation would be, if we were to include this mixed use node, to include only the 2 parcels immediately adjacent to the railroad, such that we have continuity of the height along East Market Street with the neighborhood mixed use node, which would step down to the residential uses on the north side of East Market Street. If we were to go this route to add the urban mixed use node, we had some concerns about making such a drastic change in the increase of intensity at this location, because we haven't shown this concept for public review before. So I think that's something that should also be taken in consideration.
But, I think we would also note the grade difference that's been mentioned, the fact that it is quite low as well. So the scale could be similar to what the neighborhood mixed use node might feel like if it were a sort of at street level. Ron, would you agree with that?
Yes, for the 2 parcels immediately adjacent to the railway, I would be hesitant to show the corner parcel as higher intensity.
Okay, so these 2 parcels excluding, can you guys see my mouse?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so excluding this parcel, that works for me, I think would be appropriate. And I think on the subject of whether it's been kind of presented to the public, obviously it's not in our published documents for tonight, but we have heard extensive feedback from the public, really on this parcel in particular, and in general on vacant land across the city. I think we've had at least 150 comments talking about vacant land, and some presenting us a map that included this parcel. But I would be happy to make a motion that is just for these 2 parcels adjacent to the railroad, if that is amenable to the rest of you.
We have a motion on the floor to commission a study.
We can ask Mr. Lahindra to withdraw his motion, and then we could ask Mr. Soliates to make a new motion, if you like, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lahindra, would you be willing to withdraw that motion?
No. Because I see this just keep going on, and this is I have not had time to study these individual recommendations. I would like to have that time, and I'm sure the consultants and the staff would like to have that time also, and also the general public. Have these things been presented to the public? I'm feeling like this is being hurried.
Mr. Stolzenberg, do you have a thought on that?
Well, a reminder, we're recommending adoption of this future land use map tonight, but council is the ones who approved it. Again, I think we've heard extremely extensive comment from the public, all segments of the public, that state that is general desire to make changes like the ones I'm recommending tonight. I think.
Yeah, but they did not specifically talk about these exact parcels. And I worry about the unintended consequences of running through this at 11 o'clock at night at the end here. And so that's my opinion. So we can go ahead and vote on my motion and turn it down, and then move ahead with doing it parcel by parcel.
Mr. Habab, a comment on this motion?
If that's the will of the.
I do want to say, I mean, I would like to still hear what Commissioner Stolzenberg has for each of his items and the consultant's opinions. And if we theoretically pass this motion, then we just won't get to it. And it would not, I mean, we also don't really have a chance to implement it later on. I feel like we would be missing something.
And again, sure.
I think we would have a chance to implement later on if we ask the consultants and staff to study it and that, you know,
But even if we approve this motion, consultants and staff have already studied it and are prepared to provide their responses tonight. So I suppose I don't understand how that even tables the whole issue.
I actually have to agree with Jody. I would like to have had like a couple of weeks to think about this and like get public feedback on this. And if we had to vote on this tonight, I would probably vote as Jody has recommended, only because it just popped up. And I'm not as, my intellectual throughput is not as great as yours, Rory. I need time to think about it, and I think the public needs time to think about it as well. But again,
a process consideration I have in mind, would it be possible to, instead of initiate all of these changes on the map tonight, would it be possible to suggest that these be studied for the rezoning and possible revision to the map in the future? Would that be a reasonable approach at this time?
That is what Jody's recommending.
that's how I understand that.
Jody, can you confirm that?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm recommending. Or what I thought my motion was.
And I have it written as the text. Ask consultants and staff to study and provide responses to the future land use map amendments A through K provided by Commissioner Stolzenberg as to whether or not they are appropriate to be included in the future land use map.
Additional comments and questions on this motion?
At what time? Are we talking a year from now when we revisit the future land use map after we've made zoning changes?
That's just for me not to be redundant, but we have not had a chance to look at this tonight. I know I mentioned something earlier about redelineating that line for the sensitive zones or whatever, and y'all told me that was something we had to come back to later. So if we're not going to do one parcel or one thing, I don't feel like we should do another parcel or another thing. I do feel like it is appropriate that if he has great recommendations, which typically he does, that we let the people who we are paying make those, look at it and make those recommendations. That's fair to us. That's fair to Rory, who has presented it, and also to the public. They haven't had a chance to review it. We're already in the hot seat about not being transparent.
Additional
So
comments and
I would
questions on this?
suggest that this would need to be, how is it said, announced, put into our next meeting. I'm fine with that. But it needs to be, put in, made available to the public so that it's announced and it's known that we're going to be doing this at our next meeting. And if that gives adequate time to staff and the consultants.
My only objection is that we do not let this piece stop us approving the document tonight. We approved the document tonight. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Creasy, how does this work? Would this work process-wise? If you can help me with that.
Well, I'm trying to figure that out myself.
Yes.
So you all have would like this studied and looked at, but we don't have parameters on what that is. Maybe you all want to talk about what that parameter looks like. I mean, there could be a future discussion, but if you all move this forward for recommendation, then it continues forward on that path.
I want to definitely move this forward to council. And I think that council and the planning commission and staff and the consultants should also in the process continue to visit the land use map as has been suggested by Mr. Stolzenberg. in January or whatever time frame it is. Just don't stop the process for this item.
If I may, my changes here, I think, are intended to make the map a little bit more palatable for many people who have problems with some of the map and would like changes. Personally, I think the map is a very strong map, and I'm prepared to pass it tonight without these amendments. With that, I'm willing to table these and come back to them at some indefinite later time.
Mr. Chair, you have an offer.
We have a standing motion. Do we have any more discussion or questions on this motion?
So Mr. Stolzenberg has suggested he is withdrawing his idea for now. And so he's withdrawn that.
My motion was not on the table.
Correct. Mr. Lehendro's motion remains on the table, is my understanding.
And can
But
I
if he
withdraw
withdraws
it?
his
if Mr.
information,
Rosen-
do we even have a motion?
Mr. Lehendro, what would you like to do with your motion, please?
Mr. Stolzenberg has withdrawn his motion, so Mr. Lehendra's motion is moot at this point.
Mr. Lehendro, do you agree with this?
Oh, yes.
I believe the motion is withdrawn. I would like to discuss additional concepts. Do we want to have any more amendments or discussion prior to a vote on what we have? I'm hearing dead silence. Ms. Chrissy, could you please, do you have the language of what we have? Could you state that, please?
I do. It'd probably be better if I share it.
Please.
Mr. Rice, do I have that ability?
You do, Missy.
Okay. All right, so I've been cutting and pasting the final versions from the chat as we've gone along.
I have a quick question. Sorry, everyone.
Please.
For Commissioner Stolzenberg's items, since they were not in Commissioner Lehendro's motion and they have not been presented, how do we haven't said we would come back to them in any kind of capacity.
I was actually going to talk about that after we vote, because I think there's incredible validity in pursuing those. And so I was going to recommend that we vote on this because I want to get this thing done and moved on to council while we have this current council. But then we talk about how we actually do make sure that we acknowledge and embrace those ideas because they're valid and we should move on it. But
any additional discussion or questions about this motion?
Ms. Creasy, if you don't mind too much, because I can't see and my glasses.
Oh, yeah. Would you like me to read it?
If you don't mind.
Please.
Oh, that's fine. No problem. Okay, so I move to approve the resolution recommending approval of an updated, amended comprehensive plan as presented with the following changes. And so this is the motion that was landed. Mr. Mitchell made the motion. Mr. Stolzenberg seconded the motion. So the following changes, there are 4 changes. The first one, in the land use chapter, add the following sub-strategy to strategy 1.2 following bullet 2, preserve and enhance natural resources. In quotations, well, it won't be in the document, but require that zoning changes preserve and enhance historic cultural resources. In particular, require that development of historic properties within historic preservation, architectural design control ADC districts, historic conservation CV districts, or individually protected property IPP remain or maintain the National Register's contributing resource designation. Number 2, in the land use category description sensitive area, consider allowing additional height units and height under a bonus program or other zoning mechanism with greater and deeper affordability than non-sensitive areas. Number 3, revise land use category descriptions, table 2, residential header to add zoning tools will regulate affordability and maximum allowable development for all categories, and consider demolition disincentives as feasible. And number 4, recommend that sensitive area delineation should continue to be defined and additional means and metrics beyond census block data need to be considered. This will also require revisions to the description of sensitive areas on page 25 in addition to the future land use map.
I believe we have a motion.
I think Ms. Russell, is there something you wanted to say?
I just had a few text edits. In the first number 1, I think there should be a comma between enhance and cultural, or it should say, historic and cultural, or it should be historic, comma, cultural. Maybe Mr. Alejandro can clarify.
No, I meant it, Ms. Russell, as historic cultural.
Okay.
Those cultural resources that are historic.
Okay, that's fine. In number 3 was to remove that comma. And then in number 4, I had added that last sentence about this will require revisions to the description as kind of clarifying, but if y'all like it there, wonderful.
Ms. Dowell, I believe that was yours. Do you like that there?
We could put a parentheses around that gives the instruction to make sure that happens. Does that help?
It works. It works.
Ms. Dowell, looking at you.
Sorry, I was struggling. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Just,
Mr.
Chair, just a clarification on number 4, just to make sure we are clear on. Most of these are changes that we would be making to this document before it goes to council. Number 4, I just want to clarify, it says recommend that sensitive area delineation should continue to be defined and additional means and metrics beyond census block data need to be considered. I'm reading that as a text edit that we make now that's describing action we will take during the zoning process. Am I correct in reading it that way?
This is my understanding.
Yep.
Ms. Dowell, can you confirm?
Yeah, I think that's where Ms. Dowell was. Ms. Dowell, yeah, you agree? She's muted, but yeah, I think that's what she was trying to get us to.
I'm seeing nods. Does this make sense, Mr. Freeze, or do you need word changes on that to clarify that?
Who's somebody? Oh, that would be Ms. Creasy who's speaking, who's typing.
Can we?
I was providing instructions. Do we need to do that in a different way?
That's good. I'm going to mute because
I believe we have a motion prepared. Additional discussion or questions on this motion?
We have a second. If we don't, I'll second it.
I think after 5 years, it's probably appropriate to go around the room.
Ms. Creasy, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Habab?
Yes.
Ms. Dowell?
Aye.
Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Lahindra?
I with a dance.
Okay. Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Yes.
Party.
I believe that passes. Any additional concern? Any additional concerns that the commission would wish to raise before a possible motion to adjourn?
Just a real quick question. What are we doing with the information that were presented to us tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all hear me? I'm sorry.
No, can you say that again, please?
And I'm sorry, we may have already said it, but my brain's a little foggy. What are we gonna, I know Roy withdrew that information that he had off the table, but as far as a vote goes, but I would like to know, what are we doing with that information? Roy, are you just withdrawing it? Are we ever gonna review it or come back to it? Are you giving it to the consultants? Where are we at with that information? Because I don't want it to just get lost. I just didn't feel like right now going through it was probably the best thing.
That's up to you all. The consultants have had it for a while now. What would you guys like to do with it?
Well, I think everything you suggested is of great value, and hopefully you'll do what I do. When I don't carry the day, you'll bring it back up again. But hopefully the consultants will come back to us after they present this to council, and we can re-engage.
Okay.
This is good stuff. What you brought up is important.
Personally, I would be interested in hearing.
I'm sorry. Clearly, at some point in the future, as the future land use map is revised, and the zoning ordinance is constructed, we're going to be asked to comment on it and to participate in that process. So I would hope that this would be one of the agenda items that we discuss during that meeting, that future discussion that we have with the consultants.
Is there interest on the commission to do that? I see one nod.
Yeah, that's fine.
So boomerang it back to our inboxes late next year sometime when we start talking about the map stuff. I don't know if I'll be here by then, but.
I'd just like to give council a moment to ask any questions or make any comments. Mayor Walker?
I understand that everyone, is tired, but I do think that if there are proposals that you want staff to consider, that you all should kind of vet them before they come to us for the vote. But I'm hearing that the consensus is to let staff see where these kind of fit in after they start working on the rewrite. I guess I'm just a bit confused based on Mr. Free's comments, and then some that they were ready to make those suggestions tonight. But I do understand, capacity and ability to stick with those, to stick through the conversations.
Ms. McGill?
I have no comments at this time.
Mr. Payne?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Snook?
They've had a long day.
Indeed.
Okay, my computer has had a long day. It needs to be rebooted. Actually, I need to be rebooted. I have nothing else to add at this point. Thanks. It's been a long day. It's been a good meeting. I've enjoyed listening to y'all.
Thank you.
But
I would be interested.
Move to adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
Lyle, you were about to say something you have interest. Is that what you want looking for? Move out of here. See you. Adios.
Mr. Stolzenberg, you had a question?
I would suggest that we have some closing remarks. I think there were some open issues that council mentioned that we didn't include in our discussions really, or in our motion. I think maybe some people would like to address those. And I imagine we all have some thoughts on this pretty momentous occasion after 4 years and 10 months.
This would be a fine time to share those if someone wishes.
Ms. Dow, frankly, I got to tell you, you and Jody are like the deans of our board. What are you guys thinking?
I'm thinking this is a long time coming. I'm thinking I'm glad that we've gotten to this point. And I'm thinking that I'm appreciative of all the hard work and dedication that has been put into this, not just from like staff, but also from the citizens of our community that have chimed in, that have been chiming in since we've started in this process. I know a lot of people have said that, they just got wind of the information, but we've been at this for quite some time. Bothering people with surveys and meetings and long meetings after meeting after meeting after meeting. And sometimes feeling like we weren't making much progress, but we are here. I look forward to moving our plan forward. And I also look forward to our city adopting the changes that we've spent so much time and so much energy and effort in putting into this update.
And Jody, you were like with Tania, like at those 8:30 meetings every morning, like every week for like 7 weeks.
Yeah, well, Tania was there too. So Tania captured it well. And I would just say that we actually have a long way to go yet. We have a long way to go. We're just gonna start getting into the weeds now. So we'll see. Hopefully that we'll be able to accomplish a lot before Tania and I rotate off the commission next August. And we look forward to working on it.
And the good news is we got a great set of leaders with Liz and Lyle to land this plane. Do it, guys.
Have we already motioned for adjournment?
There was a motion, but no second. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Roy, do you have something first?
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm glad to see us move forward. After 4 years and 10 months, we have a simultaneous housing crisis and climate crisis. They've gotten much worse in that time that we've spent deliberating this very first step, the guiding plan to start to think about making changes that will actually have real world effects. And I think many compromises have been made. We've heard from many hundreds and thousands of people in the public. I think we still need to do a better job and more work in educating people about what is in this plan that we just recommended. I've heard some confusion. People still think medium intensity has 4 stories. It's down to 3.5 stories, the existing height limit in R3 and house size buildings. And I'm convinced that medium intensity is going to be harmonious with neighborhoods and be welcome additions to it and will not be disruptive. And I'd like to specifically strongly caution council against removing it from the map when you consider it. Ultimately, I think, honestly, I agree with Ms. Keller and Mr. Hildebrand. Like, I prefer medium isn't on corridors and inside neighborhoods, but we have that framework. And if we removed it from the map and put it in the legend, we'd keep the framework. The time to discuss the framework was months ago, and the places that it's in on the map reflect that framework. So I think there's a very large risk that if you were to remove it, it would not come back. I think it would be seen as reflecting the demands of people thinking about their own neighborhoods and their own backs, when what we really need to be thinking about, we need to accommodate their needs, but we also need to be housing the firefighters, the people who make our city run, who are being forced out of the city day by day right now. And I think this plan is a big first step to do that. And I hope to see council pass it in full. Thanks.
Mr. Bob?
I just want to kind of second what Commissioner Stolzenberg said about the medium intensity. I was hoping we would have time to discuss that, but I guess it's up to City Council next month. I do want to say that I'm very optimistic about the future land use map and the comp plan, and I can't wait to get into the weeds, as Commissioner Alejandro mentioned. Thanks.
Now you waiting on your second?
I am, yes.
Here's your second.
I hear a second.
Peace out.
Thank you very much.
Good night, everyone.
Love y'all.